What's up, everybody? We're actually starting on time this week. No issues. Fingers crossed we don't have anything going on. But happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it. I know it's Father's Day. I probably should have did this yesterday, but hey, you know what? Why not? What father doesn't want to spend a little bit of time and talk about snakes? So we've got Steven and Courtney with us tonight. I was super excited to have them come on the show. I wanted to have them on earlier, but I had a reason and I had a little fiendish plot in my head. So hopefully it works out. But let's welcome them to the show. Here they are, Steven and Courtney. What's up, guys?
Jeremy, friend.
I think it's funny how you introduced us saying you were going to have us on earlier, but hadn't yet, because we have
every show we watch.
We have a running joke where Steven will be listening to your show, and I'll walk in and be like, "Is that Jeremy?" And he's like, "Yeah," and I'll be like, "He has that guy on, but not us." And and it doesn't matter who it is. It could have been Kobilka, and I'd be like, "He has him on and not us." I did that. I don't know what started it. But.
See, now here's the method to my madness. And I think if I caught your one Instagram post, it actually worked. But since you guys aren't in the snake room, it kind of didn't work.
No, we could go. No, it's not.
Yeah, we can bring in snakes. Yeah. We can bring in snakes. What's your plot though? I'm curious on this.
My plot is that I kind of was trying to time it to where things were hatching out.
Oh yeah.
So then that way, if there was something you wanted to show off that you guys just hatched out that you were really excited about, boom. Because for whatever reason, I've had that ability to catch people. Like Adam unveiled his that collection he bought on the live here that one night, and before it even debuted on his show. And there's somebody else that debuted something on here before it hit their channel as well. So I was trying to keep up with this whole thing of.
So the last hatchling came out today. Now this was just a banana leopard to a Hinginwoma granite, so they're not like magnificent, crazy anything, but they're really. I mean, the bananas are really pretty. We've got a really pretty Hinginwoma girl in there, and again, they just hatched out today, so we're definitely down to show them off. And for once, we didn't feed last night, so we can show off an adult.
We do have a cool thing with this clutch, though, is every single clutch that we do this year, we have been recording, like from pairing, from putting the parents in for pairs, from ultrasounding them, from pre-lay sheds to the
pulling
clutch,
the eggs.
Pulling the eggs, incubating the eggs, the snakes pipping out, any egg cuts if we do it. The snakes as they all of them come out, and we're going to end up finishing off the videos with them shedding. So every single clutch that we have this year, we will have a beginning to end video, and this will be the first clutch that we have that will show for it.
So this is
nice.
Really, it's really for pet owners. I feel like a lot of pet owners were just really excited about seeing their pets from when they hatched or when they were laid. They love that, and I love it when I see that. So we're doing it for folks when they purchase a hatchling from us. We're going to have a little QR code on their hatchling card that will send them to their hatchling's specific YouTube video. So that's something we're doing.
Wow.
Yeah, we're stoked for that.
It made a lot more sense when we had less going on.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised because you guys are always so innovative, and I feel like you're ahead of the game. Like you're always at least a couple steps ahead, no matter what I always think. Well, and that's just genius. I mean, I always liked, last year I had this one girl that she was actually the first person that bought a snake from me last year. She was she always kept going back, and she said, and she would watch the videos of the egg cuttings and the updates of them and this and that. And that was part of the that's why I do the egg cutting, the out of the egg video, the post shed video, and then now I'll be doing here they are a year afterwards for the ones I held back.
Oh, cool.
But it's like you said, it seems like a lot of people like to see from the start to the end. It kind of keeps them in the loop, I think.
Yeah, we did it for one clutch last year. We did it for our banana clown clutch, and everyone we sold them to would text us or message us afterwards. Or they'd name it or something is this so-and-so? Is this Levi? Is this? And I'm like, yeah, that's their clutch, and they loved it. And I was like, you know what? We should do that for all of the clutches because when we have someone who's a little on the fence, they're like, I'm a little nervous about getting a new snake. Have they been handled? All that I can you can just show them, and they love it.
Yeah. And I know this is like your show and everything. I know you're going to do like the shout outs and everything. We talk a lot, but there's a bunch of people in the chat that I wanted to say hi to real quick. Just because I'm always in the chat, so I'm always talking to them. So like Con Worker mainly, Rob, John, Keek. I saw Kai was up there earlier. Mark, You guys are awesome. And if I miss anybody, I apologize. Like the chat, Phil's in there. Like,
see here, while we're on, we'll just go right through it. You see, you beat me to the punch, one step ahead.
I know, way to go. Put it on the spot.
All right, we've got John. What's up? We've got Will from Will's Heli Heat. What's going on? Stan from Sea of Serpents. We've got Rob. What's up? We've got Sean from Pie and Joy, which Sean will be coming to the barbecue here I'm hosting at my place. We've got Ed, which is the man that made this awesome little LED hockey puck.
That's awesome.
Laid up sign of mine that I absolutely love. And Ed was also generous enough, and it's kind of out of order from how I was actually going to do this. But for our 900 sub giveaway, Ed had actually said he would make a custom hockey puck thing like this for someone, whoever wins the 900 sub giveaway. It'll be a shirt, a Warfels Morph shirt, and a hockey puck, but it'll have whoever's logo wins the thing. Or he's actually going to send me I think he said he has one it's like a skull with a snake crawling through it, which sounded pretty cool. He's going to send pictures of that to me, or send me the design of it or whatever to show off on here. But that'll be the 900 sub giveaway.
That's awesome.
And 800 sub giveaway, which we're rapidly approaching, which is kind of blew my mind that we're already halfway to 800. But will be a shirt and a sticker pack. And then at 1,000 subs, we'll be doing shirts. I might even throw out like a hoodie, something like that. Chris from BNS Reptilia said he wanted to donate a snake as a giveaway for it. So I'm sure we'll end up adding more stuff. But when we hit that 1,000 sub mark is when we start talking some awesome stuff. All right, let's see here. We've got Kike. What's up? Got Hales Balls. Thanks for tuning in. PJ, what's up? Socios, what's going on?
Just while you're going through it, I saw somebody had asked about the QR code. I don't see the comment now. It already went past. But you can pretty much go to like a QR code generator online, and you just put in the URL, whatever you want it, the QR code to go to. So for us, we'll just do it to our YouTube video, and then it will generate the QR code for you. And they're free. Just
see, that was actually one of the questions I was going to ask you, but someone beat me to the punch. Because that's actually, I was almost, I was going to ask that, but Jaffe, what's up? Mainly, what's going on? Happy Father's Day to you too.
Steven's had a couple Father's Days. It's not that special.
Every Father's Day is special because it means we survived the chaos one more year.
There was one Father's Day we went kayaking, and he went under a branch, and hornets.
Yep, attacked.
And it was him, and I think White was three or four at the time. Capsized. That was a memorable Father's Day. So now, anytime we talk about kayaking, Wyatt, 3-4 years later, I don't like kayaking.
Does he like boats anymore?
Well, yeah, big boats, but he won't get on a kayak. And he tells you exactly why. Daddy flipped me into the water. I don't want to do that again.
Just saved him from the hornets, you know?
Yeah.
Kai, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Phil, what's going on? Mark, what's going on?
Still spicy, Rob. Still spicy.
Simpled, what's going on? We've got Chris from BNS Reptilia. What's going on, Chris? And we'll see you here in a couple weeks. Actually, I should be seeing Chris next Saturday, provided he's home when Nathan and I come over to check out his collection. Because I'm actually going to be doing 2, maybe 3 facility tours. I'll be hitting Nathan from Infinite Possible Pythons, Chris's facility if he's home, which hopefully he's home, And then maybe Danny from DTMG, which will be coming on the show as well here in July. So got some awesome stuff coming up for I've got like 5 videos in my vault to release, and now I'll have a weekend of like
That sounds
just
nice.
facility tours. So it's like I'm sitting here saying, oh my gosh, I can sit down and relax. I don't have to stress or think about material for once.
Straight up peanut butter and jelly.
No, nice try. Just keep it to the Gen Z's. No, we did that at one point where we were so ahead and we're like, we'll never get behind.
We are struggling to make sure we stay on schedule.
I've got a couple in the chamber for Instagram and for TikTok, but that's it.
See, that's where I struggle. Marita, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. And I think that catches us up. As I said before earlier, if whoever just tuned in, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. All right, so let's get into this show, guys. All right, I know Steve and Courtney, you guys get this all the time. Just tell us a little bit about yourselves, how you got into the hobby for anybody that possibly might not know you guys, which I don't know how anybody doesn't know you. But we'll give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe somebody
put ourselves out there. So Steven is big in marketing, and that is why we shove our faces everywhere, and we want to be everywhere that we can. I originally did not have the confidence for that, but it's kind of hard not to when he does. So we started because I got a pet snake. I loved the pet snake. It was a Hidden Gene Woma banana calico male, and so sweet. We got him from Dynasty Reptiles, and the thing is I got on Morph Market, and it was insane to me. It looked like Craigslist. It was so weird the way you would ask a person to buy a snake from them. It freaked me out. I was not comfortable with it.
Friends and family.
Yeah, they'd be like, Venmo me. I was like not cool with that at all. But Dynasty it's more like Amazon rather than Craigslist. So and like once you've been in the hobby for a while, you're more comfortable with like buying from a like local breeder and not like a box store. But when you are buying your first snake, when you're buying a pet, it was terrifying to get on Morph Market. I didn't understand it at all. It made me I didn't like it, and I didn't really understand it. So buying from Dynasty was perfect. It was like that shipped the next week right to our door. Again, now I would prefer, picking up. But for a pet owner, that was perfect. And kind of what I was talking to Steven about, once I wanted to start breeding, I was like, we could even do it like on a bigger scale. At the time, I was like, there's only like 3 places that even sell ball pythons, because when I Googled it, because that's what I did. I Googled it. Well, I didn't know to get on Instagram, and I saw Dynasty, Outbacks, BHB. Is that Barcheck?
Wilbanks?
I don't think I even saw Wilbanks.
Okay.
What's Barcheck?
Yeah, BHB.
And I think like XYZ. And I didn't know about reptile shows. I didn't know about Instagram. I didn't know what to do with Morph Market. Morph Market was terrifying. So, so for me, I was like, we need to make, like, I would love to, like, we could like have like 10 snakes and we could sell like X amount a year. And
I said, that's weird. No.
Yeah, no way. There's no way. And we had them all in glass enclosures and all this stuff. He's like, that's too expensive. That's crazy. Where would we put them all? What would we do with them? Nobody's gonna buy them. Like, and then I started talking to him more and more, and I was like, I think it'd be really cool. It'd be really fun. And I showed him, I'd started understanding at this point, once I'd gotten on, like really researching, I showed him Morph Market and the Morph Calculator. And that's when he started seeing like really cool combos. And
like, oh, that's super cool, but that's $1,000. That's way too much money. You wouldn't spend that much money on a snake. We can make that.
We can make that. Yeah, that's what started. We could make that. It's not like it's more work. We could make that. And that's kind of where it started. And, we did the thing where we got a hodgepodge of animals. There was like 5 or 6 combinations that I was excited about. And we very much bought animals to pair together to make those. So if we wanted a firefly axanthic, we got an axanthic and a firefly head axanthic. And that was all we would do with those 2 animals. We wouldn't get any other females.
Like it would even come up where we'd be like, should we just buy the firefly exanthe? Be like, no, what's the fun?
Yeah,
And
we have to. Yeah, we need to make, you know, and now it's like that's the starting block where we'd rather be. So at the beginning, we were like, oh, everybody says buy your females first, and everybody says buy female heavy, everybody. But I don't think we really got what that meant, where we would buy one female for a couple males. I'm sorry, one male for a couple females. But what we didn't really get is that male could cross projects, not that we'd buy the females for the male, but we'd buy the male for the females. Mm-hmm. So now kind of what we'll do is if, you know, we're into freeway and clown, we will get a like ivory and then with leopard and het clown, because we like leopard in clown, we like leopard in freeway, we like yellow belly in clown. You know, it has to cross projects for us now, which I'm on a tangent now, but that's how we got started. Was I was scared of Morph Market, so I wanted to do my own. Yeah,
it was originally when she very first started, she didn't, because she was the one who started. She actually asked twice, and I told her no twice. It was the third time when she asked, I finally said yes. She wanted to make a reptile, like be a reptile breeder, sell reptiles as pets to people who are not part of the hobby, because it seemed weird.
Yeah, because
not that the hobby is weird,
but now we're way more into it, and we understand it now, and we love it. But at first, and so now that's something I'm always really conscious of is
not to forget the pet owners.
Never forget the pet owners. Yeah.
Well, in your defense, I mean, I remember when I first got on Morph Market, and just the concept of buying a snake you're personally not seeing in front of you scared the crap out of me. And then the thought of having someone overnight that snake to me was even more terrifying, because it's like, wait a minute here. I know what the packages I get from FedEx look like sometimes. You expect me to trust them to take care of a snake? Mm-hmm. So you're it was well justified. Well justified.
Yeah. So there's like little things that we do. Like I have like a reel and a TikTok of like how we ship the snakes, so that when people who are buying for like the first time ask like, oh, is shipping scary? I'm like, here's how we do it. And I just send them that link.
For me, so like Courtney told how we like got into it overall. For me, I love Amos. We still have him, that very first ball python. He was probably the very first pet that I've ever had that I really, really connected with.
They went and played ball together.
Yeah. Got some ice cream and whatnot. So, but the thing that I feel like really, really got me excited about it. So like Amos was an awesome pet, and then started seeing other combinations. But I really think that it was Courtney started the Instagram, and she asked for help making the logo. She was like, this wasn't even both of us. This was, can I breed snakes? Like just Courtney. So I was like, yeah, cool. So I make the logo for her, and I love marketing, and I'm like, this is really freaking cool, because I'm seeing Courtney like start it, and she's doing it at first, and she's getting like
500 Instagram followers in 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, like she's really getting it. She was getting like 100 followers a week, and I'm like, this is really cool, and like she's getting really high engagement and stuff like that. So that's what I think that it was, the combination of one, finding specific projects that I really, really got into, which I would say the first one would have been the Exanthic Clown, and then it was Sunset. But
both of it was the Exanthic stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then it was the social media, is what the marketing aspect of it I thought was so fun.
Yeah.
Straight Blast asks, speaking of logos, any recommendations on who to use or where to look to get one made?
So my recommendation is if you don't know somebody, like just that's a good artist that you really like, is to do one of two things. One is to go to DeviantArt and look for logos that you like. Just type in logos and find an artist that you like, and then contact that artist specifically, because if they're an artist that is posting on DeviantArt, and that's something that you actually like, they're probably good enough to know what type of file formats you need and stuff like that. That said, I would recommend that most likely they're going to charge between $500 and $3,000, or $500 and $3,000. If you can find people to make logos for less than $500, but often people who charge less than $500 to make a logo are people who are in school and they're trying to build up their portfolio, which is perfectly fine, and they 100% can make amazing work for you. Or there's somebody who doesn't actually know what they're doing. They might be a good artist, but they don't understand that you need raster and vector images, that you need a CMYK color profile to like print something off, whether it's on a t-shirt or on business cards, and then you need RGB for digital formats. They may be an amazing artist, but they might not be a marketer if they're charging less than 500. In my opinion, that's not always.
Stuart Design, I think.
Yeah.
Who did Kabilka's?
Yeah, they did do amazing work. Stuart
And
Design.
like who is it?
Garrick DeMeyer did his with him.
Garrett
Hartle.
Garrett Hartle. Yeah, there's a couple people who've gone to Stuart Design, and I think there's like a discount if you mention. But yeah, you can always make your own. If you have Photoshop, you can do a simple thing. You can use a like free art.
Yeah. Yep. Stock
photos.
assets.
Yeah, that's the snake in ours started off as a
Stock asset. Yep.
Yeah.
I know I made mine, but I mean, I like the one that I finally settled on, because originally it was just the bumblebee on there, and then actually it's just the head of a bumblebee ball python, and then it went to the body of one. But then it had like a carpet python kind of branching off of that body too. And it finally took me several tries to get to where I could incorporate the ball pythons and the carpets in one logo that looked professional. It was simple. And I was like, okay, I like this. I can finally say I like my logo.
And like when I see it, I know it's you.
Yeah. That is way more valuable than having like the most beautiful logo. Is having something that's distinctive, that when somebody see it, they're immediately like, oh, that's Jeremy from Warfels Morphs.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'd say is that advice for logos is that your logo itself doesn't matter that much. What matters way more is how long you have the logo.
So don't change it every 2 years.
Or make very small changes to it. So that way it's not like you have one logo and then it's a completely different brand the next day and people don't recognize it.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. That's why I wanted to try and get it to where it's like, okay, within my first year, I can screw with it as much as I want, as long as I try to keep that color scheme to where at least the color scheme's there. But now that it's where it's at, it's like, boom, this is it. We're not touching it anymore. All right, we got a bunch more people jumped in here. All right, we've got Chad from Richie's Recessives tuning in. What's up? He's driving and listening, apparently. We've got Jeremy and Holly. What's going on, you two? Hope you guys are doing good. Straight Blast. What's going on? Eric from Drop Time Reptiles. Eric, I should have that. I'm almost have the whole count, so that way you can plan what you're making there for the cookout. So I'll hopefully have that to you by tomorrow. I know today I said, but I'm sorry. Morph Wizards, what's going on? And that might catch us up.
I see Tradesman just jumped in.
Oh, Tradesman, yeah. Wow, I think it's the black and white there with the red underneath drop tines, and it just blended my eye. I just completely skipped it. Sorry, Tradesman, what's up? All right, while we got this small break, I want to take a minute to thank the sponsor of this week's episode.
And this episode is sponsored by GP Snakes. Gershon is an amazing person that cares deeply about the community and hobby. He's a ball python breeder focused on the Albino Clown Project, and as he always says, anti-everything, which I have to totally agree. He also runs a YouTube channel where he uploads videos on a regular basis. One of the series he runs on that is called Next Up, where he brings new breeders that just starting their journey in YouTube, brings them on and helps them get some traction, introduces them to his subscribers, and hopefully his subscribers find the new people interesting and sub to them as well. It basically helps the new people get some traction in the YouTube algorithm and helps ease that grind in the beginning. He also runs an amazing live stream called Under 1,000 Pod, where he gets different breeders in the hobby, brings them on, They talk about what they work with, how they started their journey, and where they're going in the hobby and or industry. It's a really awesome podcast. I highly recommend you tune in and watch it. Make sure to check out Gershon's social media. All of his links are in the description down below. He's producing amazing snakes and setting an amazing example for all of us in the industry and hobby. I can't say enough good things about Gershon. He's an awesome dude, and I consider him a very good friend. Thank you, Gershon, for sponsoring this episode.
Thank you, Gershon, for sponsoring this episode. Like I said, all of his information is in the description down below. Check Gershon's channel out. You won't regret it. I really enjoy all of his content. And on top of it, also, make sure you guys go check out Stephen and Courtney at Leviathan Snakes. All their stuff is down in the description down below as well. Definitely give them a sub on their YouTube channel, a follow on their Instagram, all that stuff. Check them out. You definitely won't regret it. And then on top of it, if you don't mind, hit that subscribe button for me, folks. Hit that like button as well. And leave a comment down below. Let me know how you guys are enjoying these lives, because I appreciate all your feedback. But definitely hit that subscription button down below, because like I said a little bit ago, 800 sub giveaway. We're rapidly approaching that point. It's going to be a Warple's Morse t-shirt and a sticker pack. 900 sub is going to be a shirt and one of these hockey pucks. It'll have your logo, if you have a logo, or Ed, I think, has a skull with a snake crawling through it. I mean, these things are really neat. Like, you can change all the colors and make them strobe, and yeah, like you can do all sorts of things with this if I could get it to work right. But yeah, like there's different shades. It's awesome. I love it. Really, really cool, great quality stuff. And then for 1,000 sub giveaway, we'll definitely probably have a shirt and sticker packs, maybe a license plate I'll throw out there. I'm sure I'll have maybe some hoodies or something. I'm still figuring out what the 1,000 sub giveaway is going to be. I know Chris from BNS Reptilia said about donating a snake, so we're collecting a whole bunch of awesome stuff for that 1,000 sub mark. Amelia, what's up? Thanks for tuning in.
Real quick before we jump on, I just wanted to say Gershon is so freaking kind and just personable. He's such a good dude.
Oh, we met him at Tinley.
Yeah, and it was Tinley was so much fun. It was the first time we'd ever been, but yeah, Gershon was just awesome. Like we met him and Keys there. We met a bunch of people there.
A ton of people.
Yeah. Tinley was awesome and Gershon's awesome.
And
Yeah, I love Gershon.
Are you in Delaware, Maryland?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Oh, that was the next one I was going to ask. You've got the accent. I didn't even know.
Everybody says about this accent. I don't know what you guys are all talking about.
Say roof.
What's that?
Say the thing that covers a house.
Roof.
Oh, you don't say rough. I thought you'd say rough. You have that set, like, so where I work, we have a complex in Delmarva. So I go back and forth, and you have the kind of like the coastal Delmarva accent. So I assume that's where you're from. That's what it sounds like to me, at least. But they say rough instead of roof.
When I want to be like come across like acting goofy, I'll call it a rough just to get someone's reaction. Just see if I can't get someone to go, "What you say?" But yeah, no,
No, that's just what I mean. If that's just what it sounds like to me. So I didn't know if that's where you were from, but I didn't know if you'd be out towards Tinley.
Well, I actually talked to my wife, and we're thinking maybe we can swing spring Tinley next year, depending how this season goes. But I also want to make sure if I'm making, because it's like a 9-hour drive for us. So I'm definitely want to make sure if I'm making a 9-hour drive, I'm coming home with something.
Yeah.
So I gotta make sure I got some money to spend too.
Yeah, the one thing that if I could choose to change about like Tinley, Daytona, is having an area where you can stop and chat with people, because that was one of the most fun things that we did, and we were always in somebody's way.
Yeah, because you don't want to stop in front of somebody's booth, and then other people don't want to like look at their snakes, but there's not a good spot for it.
Yeah, and you bump into people that you've seen. That's the only thing is I wish there was like a little meetup area.
Yep. Yeah.
See, are there there's got to be some restaurant. I mean, I know like this isn't at the venue itself, but there's got to be some restaurants around or a diner where you can kind of go and like
So we did
bombard.
at Tinley. The first night we were there, we had drinks with friends from South Carolina, just at like the bar that's right there at the convention thing. And then the next day we went out to dinner with like, it was Kevin, Brock, Winston, and a bunch of people like for like the Sunset Project. Brock Wagner, Kevin Boa, and whatnot. So, but that was super fun. But you can't do it at the show because there's just not enough space.
There's not.
So, yeah.
Which that would be nice to, like you said, have that room to chat. And I think the same. It happens at like Hamburg show is a big one for us here in Pennsylvania, and it seems like that's the same thing. I mean, Hamburg. Anybody that's been to Hamburg knows that what I'm talking about. It's a huge show, but there's no room. Like there's barely even room for you to be going one way, having a two-way traffic in one aisle. I mean, it is tight, but they pack in a lot of tables.
Also, Brandon, I see Brandon is saying he's considering coming down to Daytona. 100% you should come down. We're going to be at Daytona. It's going to be so much fun. It's right on the beach. Anybody who's considering going to Daytona, definitely go to Daytona.
See, one of these days I'll be able to afford to go to some of these big shows and meet up with everybody. Because you guys are what, in North Carolina, right?
South, yeah.
South Carolina, okay.
Same thing.
So one of these days we will meet up. One of these days.
We got it. Yeah.
Oh, next time I'm in. Yeah.
What's that?
I said next time I'm up that way, just because I could go a little higher.
Well, hey, yeah. If you guys are ever in the area or remotely close, give me a shout, and I'll see if I can't make something work, and we can hook up and just hang out. Grab a bite to eat somewhere, whatever. I'm always up for that kind of stuff.
It's really cool. Yeah.
Rob. Oh my gosh, I can't read. Phil wants to know how many pythons are you working with now?
Us. So we have 65 hours not for sale, not hatchlings. We have about 60 actually that are not for sale at all. Like breeders or future breeders, and kind of something that happened literally last night is me and Steven kind of sat down, looked at what we had, and decided which of our breeders we want to sell next season so that we can focus on specific projects and hone it in, because we realized how many hatchlings, how many holdbacks, how many racks we'd need for everything. So we really we broke it down a lot, and we're hoping not to necessarily have less animals, but not to have more, even though we're holding some back.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about
what about you, Jeremy?
I was actually just thinking about that here. I think I'm somewhere around 32 or 33, if I remember correctly, last time I counted, including the carpets. Now, I've got 2 clutches in the incubator, which add up to, well, I can't tell you what they add up to because people have seen clutch 1, and no one's seen anything about clutch 2 yet, so I can't reveal that yet. But we have 6 eggs from clutch 1 in the incubator, and clutch 2's in the incubator now. She went, everybody that's in our group chat on Instagram was giving me a whole bunch of crap because I was on the verge of spazzing out. This girl went that long. She went day 42.
We had 42-day clutch.
Mm-hmm.
You did too?
I got it right here to show it to you. It was 42 days, and we just thought it was she's not laying.
Yeah. I was there thinking it's oh my God, because last year she went 7 days past. So I was like, okay, 7 days first year, that was stressful to begin with because you hear all these horror stories about egg binding and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But going into day 42, I was really, oh my God, it's I've got an egg-bound snake. I'm there watching for signs. And the day she laid, I came down, checked on her, no eggs. But she really looked like she was doing acrobatics in her tub. I mean, she was in a goofy corkscrewed position. It's okay, if she doesn't lay today, she's not going to lay by herself. And I came home, and there she was sitting on a beautiful clutch of eggs. So
we had given up. We'd just given up. We were we must have mixed it up.
Yeah. So 2 things. One, I'm hit this one really quick, but I'm not going to talk about it in depth. Matt had asked a question because it's just there's so much stuff going on in the chat that I don't
I
want to
was
lose.
gonna say, yeah,
But about where do we see the DG Clown project in 2 to 4 years, and then DG Clown and Sunset Clown. But I want to hit this question first. I just want to say I saw it and I want to answer.
Also, yes, we are near Columbia for the person who asked that.
Yeah, Conworker asked if we were near Columbia. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, but for this one, so that clutch, like legitimately, like we were just like, oh, we must have gotten it wrong.
We just opened it one day, 10 eggs.
Yeah, but we had another clutch. It was our most recent clutch that had me stressed.
We were so stressed. So she went. Stephen assumed it was a prelay shed, right? And like 10 days after her due date, I was like, well, what was she at? Like, how many millimeter follicles was she when
30.
she had her last shed? And he's like 30. And I was like, why did you assume that was a prelay shed? She's got to be like 40. Like, why did you assume that? So we had been expecting her to lay eggs like a month ago because Stephen got excited because it's the Clown to the Sunset. It's our first Sunset clutch.
I was gonna say that's yeah.
So she had her actual prelay shed, and she was the Monday before she was due. I think she was due on a Friday.
Yeah, it was 4 days early.
Stephen was on his way home from picking his son up for the summer, and I call him and I was like, she's got an egg out, like it's so exciting. And then he made it home, and he goes all the way up to Illinois.
It's like a 14-hour drive one way.
And there was no egg there was one egg. And I went ahead and incubated it after like 3 hours. I was like, I don't know what to do about that.
She's filled with eggs.
We didn't know what to do. And we started calling a couple people, like we called Brad Boa, and he is like, sounds like she just needed to relieve some pressure. I think Brandon at Nixon, he's like, she just needs to relieve some pressure. Like she'll lay the rest of them. If she doesn't look like she's trying to get them out, she's not. You don't need to worry.
Yeah, it's not egg binding.
So the only thing, the first egg looks a little underdeveloped, and the other eggs, the other 8, there was one slug. The other 8 are like the shells look way more calcified than I've ever seen before. Like they have little star deposits of calcium on them.
So we think the first egg, and all of these ones have veins. They're good like that. The first egg is a little bit under calcified. The other ones are a little bit over. So yeah, we'll see on what happens with it. But everything's all good right now.
But she laid the rest of those eggs a week after her due date.
Yeah.
So we had to wait basically 2 weeks of panicking for our first clutch.
That would just, yeah. Chris was telling me, goes, she's just trying to make you a better breeder. It's like, okay, I'm done with this making me a better breeder crap.
I'm
just drop these eggs.
But no, so the reason we had to stop and look at our space is our clutch sizes have just
been huge.
They've been so much bigger. Last year we had a lot of first year.
So snakes. It was like 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, our biggest clutch was 8. This year we've already had a 10 egg clutch, an 11 egg clutch, and a 9 egg clutch.
Oh wow!
Like, and we've only had 4 clutches. Our smallest clutch this year
was a 7.
Was 7 eggs.
And we have a lot more snakes that are going to lay like now.
Yeah, we have like 7 more clutches coming.
Yeah.
So the girl that laid first this year was our lesser girl, and that was her first year. Last year she reabsorbed. So 6 eggs out of first time mom, I was happy with that.
Yeah.
Then the one that just laid, which was our killer bee, she added one egg to her clutch from last year. So if anybody wants to really know, you can go back, look for the killer bee clutch last season and just do the math. But all right, let's see. Let's move on to another question here. Wait, there was another question you wanted to answer that dropped in the chat? Because I'm not gonna lie, there's so much going on there.
I know.
I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at.
Okay, do you want to answer it first, Jeremy? So Matt had asked us, where do we see the DG Clown project in 2 to 4 years, and then DG Clown or Sunset Clown?
Oh, DG Clown or Sunset Clown? Oh man! And where do I see it in 10 years?
2 to 4 years.
Oh, 2 to 4 years. Sorry, I don't even know where this question's at. I'm not gonna lie. I was looking for it. I just kind of gave up. 2 to 4 years. I don't see DG going anywhere. I mean, DG is going to be a staple no matter what project you're working with. I do see DG just kind of sky. I don't think you're going to see. I think DG is going to go up in price a little bit more till it's all said and done. I don't see it dropping in price for a long time, just because it's that good of a gene, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I do think that, in my opinion, it's just my opinion here, of all of the double recessive combos, specifically with DG, I think that the DG Clown has the most potential because most people have a lot of clown stuff that they can work with. So that means that you have a really strong pivot point. If you're in the DG Clown project, anybody else with Clown who wants to work the project too, they already have a good strong base in it. And DG works so well with Clown, like it's just perfect for it. I think DG Pied's also awesome, but I think that you can do more with the DG Clown because you have more pattern. And then there's like other things like DG Sunset or DG Tri-Stripe, which all those might be cool, but not enough people have Tri-Stripe and not enough people have Sunset to be as popular as DG Clown. And for my opinion on Sunset Clown, I think it's awesome, but I think that's also suffers the problem of not enough people have Sunset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot. I mean, like me personally, the price tag is what is keeping me out of it right now. Because after seeing that Leopard Sunset you guys have, that's what sold me. Then you had to go and send me a picture of that Ultramel Sunset, which completely just sunk my battleship. It's like, damn it, I gotta go and get Ultramel 2 now.
Oh, it's so cool.
That snake's still stuck in my head. As much as I love my Xanthic stuff, that is definitely Ultramel Sunset is something I want to add.
I know Brandon from Nixon Reptiles. He just hatched out a clutch of double het Sunset Ultramels. I think he has.
Yes.
I know he at least has some males on Morph Market, but awesome dude. Awesome dude. Anybody who's looking into getting into the Sunset project, get a hold of Brandon at Nixon Reptiles.
I forgot. I did watch that clutch cutting as well on him with that. At least I think that was the Sunset Ultramel clutch I watched. Pretty sure it was. Because he cut 2 clutches on that video, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
My Siri thought you called it. Sorry. I wasn't talking, so I assume it was you.
What's your thoughts on DG Clown, Sunset Clown?
I mean, obviously Desert Ghost makes everything look good, but I mean, DG Sunset's gonna look really good. I think. I mean, what's really hard is Sunset is really Steven's project, and really what he did is he got really excited and he wanted to get into all the double recessives. So we have clutches this year that are like double het Ultramel, double het Desert Ghost, double het Clown, and now he has to decide which project he wants to work. We don't have enough space. So honestly, I kind of just let him do that so I can do my things that I want to do. And I'm not really that big into double recessives.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about possibly hitting a Sunset Clown eventually, and I'm really excited about the Sunset Ultramel. We're not really in DG though.
Yeah, but of those 3, our double het DG Sunsets are going to have the most genes in them already.
Yeah,
because it's a pastel inchy chocolate Desert Ghost to a Sunset.
Yeah,
and then you'll have Leopard in there as well with the Sunset, right?
Our male is just a single gene Sunset.
Yeah, the Leopard's going to be a female.
Yep. The
Leopard Sunset's a female.
Yeah, okay. We have a Leopard Yellow Belly Sunset female that's 750 grams. We have a Super Banana Sunset female that's like 1,400 grams. Then we have the Sunset male, and we have lots of hets / pos hets.
So that Leopard, we're hopefully going to get Asphalt into a Sunset this year. So hopefully her first pairing will be a Asphalt het Sunset. And we might hit Freeway Sunsets if that's the case.
Mainly is calling out for being wrong.
Yeah, I know. Look, sometimes I wish he had the when I look at the books, I'm like, oh, think of all the, I don't know, household items I could have.
I didn't realize you guys had that much Sunset. I knew you had the Leopard Sunset, but I thought that was a male, and I thought that's what you were powering everything off of. So this is like mind blowing that you have. I didn't realize you guys had that much Sunset stuff.
start
Yeah.
talking about them. I'm
Okay.
gonna. Is it okay if I grab a couple of them?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I know they're not
Guys
gonna
on-
look great, but I'm gonna show them off anyway.
Aries just shed, so okay. So we have sunset male, visual sunset male. We have a het sunset female. Both of those have bred. She's in her pre-lay shed right now. So that will be our first visual sunsets this year. Then we have the leopard yellow belly sunset female. We have the super banana sunset female. We have, and both of those should be, hopefully, as long as they keep eating well, they should both be breeding next season. One at the early next season, the one later at next season.
Okay.
And then we have a banana inchy het sunset female. We have a leopard 66% pos het sunset female. We have a normal 66% pos het sunset female. And then we're going to have all of these. Like we have 9 eggs that are double het sunset clown in the incubator. We have red striped yellow belly paired to our sunset for het sunsets. That is going to do like in 2 days, or is due in like 2 days. And then we have the collab project with Troy from Balls and Strikes, and that's the Ultramel paired to the sunset, and she's already ovulated, but so she'll probably go in the next month or so. And then we have the pastel inchy chocolate desert ghost paired to the sunset for all those little heads too.
Good grief! Now, all right. Since I try not to get on Morph Market too much because Morph Market gets me in trouble. What does a het sunset female go for on average?
I would say right now you can get single gene het sunset female right now goes for, I would say, about $1,000. And you might find it a little bit lower, you might find it a little bit higher. It depends on if there's other females on Morph Market at the time. But I would say $1,000 is like not necessarily a good deal, but that is the retail value of a het sunset female hatchling. Anything lower than 1,000 is a good deal. Anything higher than 1,000 is like it has some size on it. So this is Aries. He is our breeder sunset male.
And the light's just not doing him anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's very, very bright for a sunset. He looks really good. We have a lot of better videos of him on our Instagram with like not just the room lighting.
Yes.
But I love him. He is my favorite snake.
So did you tell him?
I think that's a big thing with all snakes, though. Like, cameras never do snakes justice, no matter what.
Well, the webcam is super low quality, and I feel like it's washing you out. It's definitely washing the snake out.
I know this is crazy, but I don't actually glow on this side of my face.
See, over here you can tell he's more orange than when Steven has him. But so when we this next girl, when we got her, we originally purchased her. Sorry, we originally purchased her as a leopard sunset, just a leopard sunset.
She was the very first leopard sunset ever produced.
And because of that, they assumed she was a leopard sunset.
And then other people produced leopard sunsets, and they looked completely different. And when we got a hold of Brad and be like, hey, here's these other leopard sunsets that were produced from Captive Bred Specialties. They're the people who made the sunset pieds. And we showed him the pictures like, hey, here's the one that we got from you that's a leopard sunset. Here's her. And they're like, oh, no, that's definitely leopard yellow belly sunset. We've hatched other ones since then.
So she just came out of the blue, but she hasn't shed yet. So she's super dark right now, but her pattern is really...
She has way stronger contrast. But again, she's out of the blue, but hasn't shed yet.
So she's as dull as she'll ever be. But you can see the pattern looks really cool. But yeah, so she eats great. She might. I don't like pushing them too early. I don't like pushing them too young, but she might be one that is up to size. And if she's building, we pair earlier than we normally would.
But yeah, our plan for that is from Brad. He has a couple different clutches that might produce a freeway het sunset this year. And if so, that's the snake that we want to pick up this year. We want to get a male freeway het sunset paired to her for hopefully leopard freeway sunsets.
A freeway or asphalt?
Either one, but
I want an asphalt.
Yeah, either one.
While we're on that topic, mainly ask whose turn is it to pick?
I just bought a snake. It was me. I bought my very spicy banana pied, who isn't actually like the best for our projects. I know I'm always on Steven about getting things that don't really fit, but he's really pretty and he was a really good deal because Freedom Breeder was having that sale.
Yeah.
And originally we were going to get like 3 or 4.
It's like an acid and a krypton. And...
Which I'm glad we didn't, honestly, but we didn't hit it. We didn't hit it quick enough. So we just got the banana pied boy, and we have a pied female that we have nothing to pair to. And, you know, by the time he's up to size, we'll have some good pairings for him. And even to get het, he's banana. You can never go wrong with banana.
Yeah, bananas sell all day as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's the rudest banana I've ever had.
Yeah.
Simpled also asked, what genes do you guys think is a must-have in any collection?
A must-have for me, Enchi is a simple must-have. Like, you gotta get Enchi into it. It's so good. Enchi and Leopard.
Oh yeah. I would say if it was me, if I'm going simple, basic, incomplete dominant genes that anybody can pretty much afford if they're in the reptile hobby, I would probably go with Leopard. If it's recessives for me, I think Clown.
I agree.
I'd have to say
the acid. Sorry.
Acid is one thing that hopefully Angie and Jeff hit a male acid for me. Because I think they're breeding their acid that they have this coming season. And I've already told them if they produce one, like a male acid or pastel acid, I want it. And I think we're going to kind of figure out a trade because Angie wants one of Xena's babies when I breed her for next season. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do a flip-flop there, and I'm sure I'm going to have to flop some money over too. But there's a big price gap between acid and a carpet python. But who knows? So yeah, acid's one I'm looking forward to get into. But as far as something that you got to have in the collection, Leopard, Enchi, Orange Dream all day long. I think you have to have Orange Dream. And then for a recessive, you got to have Exantic. Got to have that Exantic in there.
I just see, because it's a follow-up question from our earlier conversation. I don't want to miss it. And I know that you have questions for us too. I'm sorry. At any point, tell me to shut up.
No, dude, this makes good stuff. This is what I love about, like, I have a format, and it's one of those deals where if we get to it, we get to it. And if not, I'll bring his back on.
Matt was doing a follow-up question from, I'm assuming, the sunset/het sunset question, which the original, just in case anybody's jumped in since then, was how much does a het sunset female go on Morph Market right now? In hatchling, it's about $1,000, and that would be from a trusted breeder.
Yeah, just don't buy it from an untrusted
breeder. And that doesn't mean that it's a new breeder or small breeder, but if they can't show you pairing pictures of the locks, don't get the snake.
Yeah, if they don't have, because it's
and
so
ask
easy.
Somebody. The project's so small, you can ask somebody who's in the project, be like, hey, do you know somebody? And if we don't know, we're gonna know somebody who knows.
That's actually really true. That's a good point.
They go so fast. I feel like all of the sunset stuff we've gotten right out of the egg. Our het sunset girl is the only girl that we bought that was already like
300 grams.
And it was not necessarily from a trusted breeder. It was from somebody selling off their clutch. But what Steven did is he found the original listing from Brock.
Yeah, they said they got him from Brock in the certain month. I went and found it. I compared the pictures they sent to that picture.
And he literally compared, like, all right, she's got this little hook right here by her tail. Yeah, and that's how he made sure that was the same animal that he'd bought from Brock. So it was technically from a trusted breeder. Just, through a little bit.
Yeah,
that's funny. What else did you bring in, Courtney?
So I also have our hatchlings.
Let's see some babies.
Very first clutch of the season. So the male who sired this actually sired our very first clutch of all time as well. And this is our big 10 egg. Sorry, I don't want to dump any of them out, but this is a big 10 egg clutch. So it just looks like a basket of Halloween candy.
I was gonna say, I agree.
It's a male heavy clutch. It's our first male heavy clutch. and we did that. Well, I don't want to say we did it on purpose, but
We tried to do something.
we tried changing the temperature to see if we could get more males this time.
So
And I'm not going to say it worked, but this is our first male heavy clutch we've ever had.
Okay.
But yeah, so normally we incubate at 89.5 in the incubation box. And this time when we incubated this clutch, we put it at 91.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So here's a little hidden gene Woma girl, which is, it's just hidden gene Woma. It might be Granite as well, but like we've gotten a lot of people ask what she is because she's just got such a fun, funky pattern. I like the hidden gene Woma a lot. And then we got a couple Granite bananas, some leopard bananas, and some a banana leopard Granite, which we've gotten all mixed up.
I love leopard stuff. Leopard stuff, I think, is just out of this world.
So you can see this one's so. This is the single gene banana. Banana is so hard because it changes it already. You can't just like compare it to a normal. But there's the single gene banana, which of course doesn't look nearly as good as it would if you were here in person. And then here is like a leopard girl and one of our leopard banana boys. So,
See, leopard in general, even by itself, just a single gene leopard is just beautiful. And then with that banana, I mean, it just adds a totally different spice to it. I love it.
We had some holdbacks, or a holdback last year that was leopard head albino that I'm excited about. But I just love holding handfuls of banana. And we actually already have like two of these. I'm not gonna say on hold because we don't hold them this early, but I think we have 2 people
We're very interested.
who are like, all right, let me know when I can put a deposit down. And that's just on a banana. You know what I mean? Like, again, I know it's a lot easier to sell to someone who doesn't ask a million questions, but I do like selling to people who have a million questions to ask and I can answer them. You know what I mean? It feels good to have somebody who is on the fence and convince them, not through like pressuring them, but giving them information that is 100% true that makes them more excited about it. Like when they're like, maybe I kind of want to get them from Tinley. And I'm like, okay, that's totally fine. Get them from Tinley. Tinley is a really fun experience. Just a heads up. Like, you're worried about shipping because it might stress the animal out. I guarantee you being taken to a show and put into a little box and not having water and maybe not even having heat, that is going to be just as, if not more stressful.
And everybody hovering over.
Yeah. People going back and forth, possibility of being like, I'm not knocking buying snakes at shows. I buy them all the time. But if your specific reason for wanting to get it at a show is because you want to see their temperament, that's not the place to do it. The place to do it is to visit them where they live. So
that is really interesting. Just on
it's here that they had their temps at 87 to 89, ended up with 32 out of 48 snakes being male, so they dropped to 86 this year to try for females. But I don't know I didn't think snakes were.
I don't know. We tried it and
one time
worked.
And by worked, it's out of 10 eggs, 6 of them were male and 4 were females. It was still pretty much 50-50.
But it was cool that it happened when we wanted that,
But there's not enough sample size for us to make any conclusions off of that. Like we would need way more before we could hit statistical significance.
I have at 90, if I can see it. But yeah, mine's set at 90, and last season, knock on wood, hopefully it goes this way too. Again, but the majority of everything was female. Clutch 1 had 2 males. Clutch 2 had 1 male. Clutch 2 had no males. Clutch 2 is all female because my banana is a female. And even the non-banana was a female. But everything else is all bananas and 1 Pastavi. But they were banana combos. But anyway, Clutch 2 was all female. Clutch 3 had 1 male. The rest were female. And Clutch 4 had 3 males and 2 females. So that was the only clutch where I was male heavy. but they were all incubated at the same temperature.
I think we were female heavy on last season. We were female heavy on all except for one where we had an even number, of an even split of 8 eggs.
Honestly, I'm completely down for getting as close to 50-50 as possible.
Oh yeah.
Like, because even at, like, let's say that we go with like the DG Sunset Clutch. Like, yeah, having a lot of females is really nice, but the snake that I personally want the most out of that is actually an Inchy Chocolate Double Het Sunset DG male. So it's like,
Yeah,
I hope we get that super specific snake.
yeah.
See, that's where I'm at too this year. Is I'm looking for a specific, like my last clutch 3 here. I want a leopard combo of whatever, but I need it to be a female because everything's gonna be het clown. And if I don't get that leopard het clown combo, I'm screwed again for my Batman project unless I go out and buy something now.
There was somebody up here. Hold on, let me scroll up real quick. One, I think it was Rob. Rob had said that he was the one who got the acid from Freedom Breeder.
Yep.
So he was quicker than us on the draw. And then Chris from BNS Reptilia asked if we're planning on working blackhead into our sunset projects. We don't have any blackhead.
Don't have any blackhead. That's one of the ones that we've 1,000,001 times said we should
Almost
get some blackhead.
gotten like that close.
And we've never done it, probably because I don't like the name blackhead, honestly.
Pretty sneak, in my opinion, Ember. She is a banana black pastel mahogany asphalt.
She's pretty. We've got some really good pictures of her on our Instagram. And we have a boy we named Alabaster, who is a banana calico Enchi yellow belly. And he's super high white and high white. I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah.
But he's not pied. But I think he's really pretty.
Yeah,
he's really cool.
really
He gets us. The first time we posted him on Instagram, I think we got like 3,000 likes on that, which is
on a picture.
On a picture. And then the next time I posted him, like a week later, it got like another 3,000. And so now every time we're like, we haven't got a lot of likes lately. Let's post Alabaster. And
it's not even like
it's not even good pictures.
It's on their phone.
It's like in the bathroom at the hotel when we bought him at Tinley. And I'm like, man, you know how much work I put into also somebody commented Sausage Fest, and I think it's really funny because of the hemipines. There's 2 for each male, so it's definitely anyway,
so
sorry.
yeah, next in that DG Sunset Clutch 5.1. So 10 hemipines. But
Chris says he runs his 89 to 89.5.
Yeah, we do 89.5 as our normal. That's what we run it at.
Something interesting for us, by the way, nobody asked this. I don't know what we run the temperatures at. I don't know what we run anything at. That's a Steven thing. Steven does that. Steven doesn't make sales.
Yep, I don't do sales and I don't ship. Courtney does all that.
Steven couldn't ship you. I don't know what we set our temperatures to. So we do have a few things that, like, I mean, I could figure it out. I could Google it. I could get to it, but he's already done it, and he's done it already, and we don't need me to do it.
So you guys are both, you kind of each do like the same thing, by the same token, you have your own little specific, I don't want to say jobs, but essentially your own little parts.
There's tons of stuff that we both do. We both do things like cleaning, changing out, like maintenance, but like when it comes to the thermostats and stuff, I've never set up a thermostat. Not a single thermostat in there. And if one of them fails, I'm just gonna tell Steven and he's gonna fix it because he's already done it. You know, Steven doesn't do any. He does not move when it comes to rodents. We both clean them. We both do all that. He doesn't feed them off. That sounds rude, but he doesn't take any out of the grow out and feed them unless he's like, are these like ready? He doesn't take any out of away from, like, he doesn't take any weanlings out. I do all of that. So like I have all of our rodent production in my head. He has all the temperatures and stuff in his and I do all the sales and shipping.
Yeah. One thing that I do think happens quite a bit, and it's not like the only person I've noticed this, like obviously Courtney, because we do this together, but I would say that something that happens not a lot, but it's not uncommon, is that people assume that I am the main person behind it. Really, we are just about as 50-50 as we could make it. If not, it leans towards Courtney. Courtney is the one who started it. Like,
that we're in South Carolina, by the way, somebody asked.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, so when it comes to like the marketing stuff, like I think I joke a lot that Steven does all the editing, and we're only decent because Steven did it. But you know, before he got involved, our Instagram had grown pretty quickly. Our TikTok does pretty well, and I don't think Steven's ever gotten on there, you know. And I do edit more YouTube videos than I give myself any credit for, because I think something that happens is people will assume Steven does everything. So Steven sells himself short and says that I do everything. So then I sell myself short and say, well, he does all of this. And really what it is we both do everything.
So you're both, like you said, it's split basically 50-50 right down the middle.
We just have some things that don't, like, you know, when it comes to like the rodents, I could be like, why did you feed those off? I was going to start a colony with those, you know, so he just let me do it, you know, and he could be like, did you set these at this temperature? I wanted to try something new. We just leave it alone. We split them. Oh, thank you.
And then same thing for like the sales and even messages. If one of us knows that the other person is talking to somebody, we won't open that message because we don't want me to see it, realize Courtney was talking to somebody, and now it doesn't show up as a new notification for her.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I've like had a whole conversation with someone, and then they've been like, "Thanks, Steven," and I'm like, "Okay, well, Steven, this one's for you. You can have that."
Well, I know some, like, I never like, especially when you guys hop in the chat, I never know who it is, if it's Steven or
usually Steven.
Courtney. It's just kind of like, okay, which one is it?
Comment from my personal.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, if it says Leviathan Snakes on YouTube, it's me. If it says Courtney C, it's her.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay.
I don't get onto YouTube from my phone or anything. But if I'm on the computer, I might. If it is a comment, like a reaction to a story, or if it's
directly to her, if it's one like a video up from her.
No, but I mean, like if it's like a comment on a story on Instagram or a comment on a post on Instagram, I feel like that's usually me.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. My wife had asked me, or she had told me that she goes, you know, if you ever need me to do something, you know, for the business or whatever, just let me know. And because everything's basically on me for this. And without even hesitating, I was like, well, you could clean water bowls for me because I absolutely hate cleaning water bowls. So she said, okay. I was like, all right, we're going to go with this because I'll take any help that I can get. Because it's nice to have that help.
The one thing that they hate is yours is the water bowls. That's like your thing.
Yep. It's not that I hate it. It's that while I'm doing it, the thing is, okay, I have this huge list of either what needs to be done outside around the house or down here in the snake room. And it's like, why am I cleaning water bowls when I could be doing some of this other stuff? And my wife, since she stays at home, takes care of her daughter and babysits as well. When the kids go down for a nap, she a lot of times will do the water bowls for me.
I don't like humidifying. It drives me insane. I hate spraying tubs.
We do new
I think
sprayer.
our thing is broken, and I think that's why.
It's like, yeah.
I get water everywhere. I hate it, and I have to open them all. I've gotten kind of lazy. Like we used to have them in individual enclosures. Please leave that alone. Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Phil. Yes, deli cups.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's go because I have some awesome picks of the week. So let's go over picks of the week, and then we'll get into more questions. Hopefully, I don't butcher this. Okay, all right, here we go. Hold on here. Let me do this. All right. That there is from Royal Constrictor Designs. It's a GHI Mojave Krypton.
It's gorgeous.
I love the GHI Mojave combo. I think that's probably my personal favorite 2-gene combo. I mean, it's
GHI Mojave.
Yep, I think that what it does is just out of this world as a 2-gene combo. So that was pick. I have 5 picks this week. You guys will all understand here soon. I blame John Dog. All his fault. Let's see here. Pick number 4.
Yeah, I saw that.
is from JD Constriction. I forget the pairing. He messaged me and I had been talking to him. But needless to say, I mean, just look at that. It's Exantic, TSK Exantic.
Is it DG?
I don't think it's DG. I think this was something like a Firefly.
I feel like it's translucent. Like I can
Firefly Spider Inchy?
Oh, here, you know what? Let me see
I don't
if
know.
that might not be the one I asked him about too. He went on this spree of like 3 days of just dropping these things. And it's just like, come on, dude. It's like, how am I supposed to pick anything? I think this is the one where the pairing was an O. Oh, wait, no, this isn't that one. Okay, hold on. I don't know what this one is. It's just amazing, though, folks. Absolutely amazing. Now, the one coming up, I at least have the pairing. Let's see here. What? All right, here we go. We've got pick number 3, I think this is, which is Super OD Fire Calico, which that's just beautiful. Calico is, like you guys were saying with that Calico you have with the high whites and stuff, it just adds a completely different look to stuff. And just look at the oranges. I mean, that thing is stunning. It almost looks like the back pattern reminds you of a spider pattern.
It looks so cool. I love it. I love orange and ball python. I think it's like one of the best looking colors.
And then imagine adding DG to that yet. Holy crap.
And like, so even though it's not, it only has literally 1 gene in it. But one of the projects that we work is the campfire/bonfire project, which that's what it reminds me of. And that's Calico, Inchy, and Cinnamon makes a campfire. And they look really cool.
Just
Gen Z was going for campfires, I think.
They're also
awesome.
I think they bought one of the same. They bought the exact same snake as us at Tinley. Because the for bonfires, which is cool. Just curious, how many picks do you have left?
I have
because I had something I wanted to talk about, but I don't want to accidentally have the same one as you. So
I have 2 more picks.
Okay.
2 more picks. And we have this, which is from Ozzy, and it's not TSK Exantic, so we have to forgive Ozzy on that one. But let me. Now I can read what. It's a Desert Ghost Spinner Exantic, and one of the pattern is really neat because it's so broken up and so thin. But look above the eyes, it's got like this blue hue, which I'm seeing a blue hue. I am partially colorblind, so maybe that's not what color.
I thought it was translucent, and that was its eyes.
It might be.
It might be part of But I think that was just a really neat snake. Really cool. This is like the day. This was like a week of Exantics for me. I was in heaven watching Instagram the little bit that I got to get on it. And then my number 1 pick, which I'm pretty sure everybody probably saw this one and their jaw dropped. At least my jaw hit the floor. Hold on here. What did I do? Wait. There we go.
Oh, okay. I hadn't seen this one, but it looks super cool.
Now, this is what John's calling freckles, which to me, the first thing I sent him was, does that have acid in it? Because the Bumblebee Leopard acid that I saw on Morph Market looked very similar to this. Only it's a little bit more spotted. It almost looked like a monsoon. I called it the poor man's monsoon. But it was very spotted, and that was the first thing I thought of is like, this dude just hit my dream snake that I want to produce down the line. But the pairing and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure this is the pairing that him and I were talking about, is an orange dream leopard exantic to a fire bee yellow belly exantic. So my guess is it's got to be everything. I don't know how I can't imagine it's missing any of the genes. It's got to be everything. Orange dream leopard,
And
fire, bumblebee.
Dragon smoking.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
it looks super cool.
crazy. Imagine throwing DG into that yet. Oh,
When you had shown the OD one, Ozzy shared a picture maybe last week. Did you see the Barnhart Black Pastel Cypress Clown combos, the ODYB fire?
yes.
I
Those were actually
was
fixed
not
last
going to
week.
pull up on my phone.
Oh, that was your
Oh,
ones
was
last
it?
week.
Was it? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We were out of, we missed that. But yeah, that was what I was like, I wonder if he's going to pull that up or if it could have been on last week's, because I think he let it, like, shared it on a Saturday.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he showed a picture. I think he's posted that one twice so far, if I'm not mistaken. I might be
I
wrong.
don't know that he actually said what it was.
I don't think he released exactly what they were. I think it was the Orange Dream, Barnhart, Black Pastel, Clown combos or something like that is how he had it worded. But
it was something else.
Mm-hmm. It looks super cool.
I'm sure you have seen the photo Justin and crew posted an updated DG. Yes, I did see that picture, Brandon. Seeing what Justin did with that DG Exantic Clown has given me the fuel. Like, it's basically showed me the direction I want to go with it is well worth the wait and just all the chaos that will go with it.
No, when we saw the DG Exanthic at Bob's and the DG Orange OD Exanthic at Bob's Balls, it was like, the pictures are great. They
look like black and white snakes.
But like when you see them in real life, you're like, I'm still looking at a picture. This can't be a real animal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I can't. Next year, hopefully, I can hit some visual Exanthic stuff. Next year, as long as my Exanthic double het girl is up to size, I might have the chance to hit Exanthic clowns next year.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because she's already, she's not even quite a year old yet. They're like 11 months, and she's at like 700 grams.
So that is a pairing that we did this year. It was a banana Exanthic, a male, to a pastel clown, a female, that she's already had her pre-lay shed waiting on the clutch and all that stuff. But it is, as we were talking about space last night on like how many actual enclosures do we have, how many can we fit?
That one.
Yeah, it's something that we want to do, and it was one of the very first projects that's got us excited, but the problem is that we don't have enough space. So that might be a project that we don't pursue. We haven't made our final decision.
We didn't talk about that one last night.
Yeah, but
I want to do that one because I think it's such a perfect one to start with the banana and the pastel in there. I think that is a perfect. Those would be perfect holdbacks to get like a banana pastel, because you have the chance for a banana Exanthic, which I don't know. We have one banana Exanthic, and he is something that catches everybody's eye, and I don't see it often.
I've never seen one in person. I've seen pictures of Mark there at 403 when he posted his banana Exanthic, and sometimes my eyes catch what's going on with the color, and sometimes my eyes don't catch it, and I'm just kind of like, I don't get it. But I'm sure that there's got to be something there. I'm partially colorblind, so
that's right. No wonder you like the my sister's boyfriend is colorblind, and I didn't know that, and we were showing him all of our snakes, and I was like showing him like our like Mardi Gras OD freeway, and I was like, and like her color has just held so well, and he was like, yeah, I'm colorblind, and I was like, you didn't say that. Over the fourth snake that I told you had a great color.
That happened to me, something similar at work. I was told, this was like years ago when I was just a laborer. I had my foreman come over. He goes, "Hey, I need you to," he goes, "I painted like hot pink dots on the ground." He goes, "I need you to go through and just basically connect the dots." And they're like looking around, it's like, "What are you talking about? You painted pink dots?" I was like, "I don't see anything." I'm there like looking all over the place. He goes, "Well, you're standing on one." I look down at my legs. I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about here, dude. I thought he was legit like messing with me. He goes, "You don't." He goes, "Honestly, you don't see that?" I was like, "No." He goes, "What are you, colorblind?" I was like, "Actually, I am partially colorblind." He goes, "Never mind. Give me the paint. I'll connect the dots." It's like, okay. But yeah, stupid things I can't see. It was like even my bosses now, if they go mark out a job, I have to tell them and say, "Hey, remember, don't use the pink paint. I can't see it."
Yeah, all right. Don't use the red, but do use the green. It's like, they look the same.
I like, for me, the white marking paint's good. Orange, blue. I can even pick the green out even in grass, which makes no sense. But that hot pink, if it's on the right background, I lose it real quick. It's funny. All right, well, let's get to another question.
All right.
Sorry. Tell us more about your cuddly
An
dog.
hour and a half into the show, and we're hitting the first questions.
Dude,
I talk a lot. Sorry.
This is what I love, though. This is like, I love lives like this where like I really didn't have to have a list of stuff, but there's so many different topics that we could cover and go over. I thought I'm going to be prepared and we'll see where it goes. But I kind of figured we'd be roughly where we're at.
Yeah, cool. 6-hour live.
Hey, if I didn't have work tomorrow, we could pull that off.
I don't have work tomorrow. So.
I do. And so we've had some lives where we both just sat there like, I'm getting really hungry, but I don't want to be rude. But we also talk a lot, so sorry about that.
Yeah, just tell
no.
us.
No. See, that is what I like. I love to talk like this. I think everybody else loves to talk like this. It gets them to see who you guys really are. It gets me to see, it lets everybody see how people really are. It's great. Phil says, just go to 11.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll get up with the baby tonight. Yeah.
My wife, before I came down in here, actually we were outside. Hadley was painting on her easel, which there was a fiasco all in itself. A 2-year-old painting on an easel with water paint. She comes after you with the paintbrush. And yeah. Anyway, but my wife is like, she goes, "Are you going to have another late live tonight?" I said, "Well, what do you consider late?" She goes, "Are you coming to bed at 12 o'clock? I was like, "Probably, yes." She goes, "Don't you think people get tired of hearing you talk for like 3 or 4 hours?" I was like, "It's not just me talking. It's the guests talking too."
Wait a minute.
There was a while, and I know that you have a question. This will be really quick. We were doing a bunch of lives, pretty much like very close back to back to back. And John, who I don't know if he's in here anymore right now. Yeah, he's in here. So John was in the things one time, and we were doing this live, and Courtney's telling this story, and John in the comments is like Courtney just loves telling this story.
He like finishes the story for me in the comments. I was like, "Oh, I need some new material."
And it's not like we had our lives. We were on other people's lives, which means that he was watching literally.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, "John, get out of all of our lives."
And that's another thing when it comes down to like booking people for lives and everything. It's trying to time it. Like you said, you guys were there doing a lot of lives there for a little bit too, which that was also another reason. It's like, okay, I can't ask them now because they've been on like 3 lives and they're probably tired of talking and telling stories about. So it's just like, we also got to postpone it a little bit. And I find there was finally a spell where you guys seemed like I don't want to say you went dark, but you weren't on a whole bunch of lives for a little bit.
We did 15 minutes with Chris Eaton, and we recorded something with Big Tank Hank, which that's not a big, but so we did 2 pre-recorded ones since that stretch where we were doing a ton of them.
And you were on, Courtney, with Melinda, I think, from Cuddle Time on Instagram.
Yep.
I think. Yeah, that would have been.
She maybe 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, maybe.
That sounds about right. Probably about 2 weeks. But then it was fun because then Keys said that you're going on their show.
So I coordinated with
Yes, I at
Keys.
least got them early.
Yeah, well, I coordinated with Keys, and Steven coordinated with you afterwards, and he's like, "Hey, by the way," and or he's like, I think I was like, "Hey, are we doing anything June 22nd?" And he said, no. And I was like, "Okay, we're going live with Keys that day," and he goes, "Oh, okay. Also, we're going live with Jeremy 2 days before that." And I was like, "Mark the calendar."
Funny. John says he loves your dynamics. You two do make a great pair. You really do.
It's him.
East Morse, what's up? All right, now let's get to a question.
Yeah. Actual question. But
I think we've slightly hit some of these already. What are some of the codoms that you're focused on? Like, I know you guys have a bunch of different stuff, but what are some of the ones you're really focused on in your collection?
For codoms, and correct me if I mix up what codom, because Steven knows everything about the like codom dominant, all that. But so because we're in Campfire and because we're in Freeway, and neither of those are recessive projects, it is specifically things that look good in those. So like, anything with like Calico, Asphalt Yellow Belly, and am I on the right track? Okay, anything with like Asphalt Yellow Belly, Calico, Cinnamon and Enchi, Leopard, all of the Black Pastel, Mahogany, anything that looks good in Freeway, anything that looks good in Campfire, that is what we're focusing on right now. And then we're also going into a newer project called Nyala, which is kind of like Mahogany, kind of like Stranger.
Cinder.
It's a darker gene that we want to get into Clown and Freeway.
I remember you guys bringing, or I think Steven, you brought that up on maybe Adam's channel. I think you guys got to talking about that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so Billy from Mutation Creation had done like a Snake of the Week, I don't know, a couple months back. I don't remember exactly how long ago. Right around Tinley. So March. And it was a banana yellow belly Nyala clown. And it was wild. Like crazy. And it was like, what is this?
This is amazing.
So then we went and did research, and we found the people who originated the project, which is
Wally Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Wally and Race, I think is his name, of BPM Reptiles down in South Africa. They originated the project. They also originated the Furl project and the Striker project.
I've never heard of any of those.
Yeah, they're big they're not big in the US yet. I think there's like 3 or 4 people who have them in the US. It's big in South Africa though.
Yeah. So they've made a bunch of clown combos with Nyala, and they look amazing. Incredible. Again, like I said, or like Courtney said, it looks on its base single gene form similar to Mahogany or similar to Stranger, but when you see it in the clown combos, you're like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Can you show it off?
Yeah, let me see if I can find some, and I can share our screen.
Steven has like screenshots of all of them.
That's on my phone.
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm just saying, like,
I'll look up all these real quick and get them.
You have didn't you say you have Nyala?
We do. So when we were like, we got to buy this and we got to buy it right now, because of that pick of the week. There's the one that we saw.
Oh yeah,
that one. The only things that we had that were available in the US at the time were 2 het clown females. They were Nyala Nyala Mojave Spider het clown and Spider Nyala het clown. So that's our only spider we've ever gotten, and we really don't want the spider in it. So we don't have good pictures. Like it doesn't do it any justice.
This one here is a Nyala Spot No Sugar clown.
See, that's wicked looking.
It's wild.
So that's why, So because what we have does not show off Nyala, and we want to wow people with it when we're ready, we're waiting. We might be getting a
This
Nyala.
Is a Nyala Mojave clown.
See, what does it look like with Spider? Because I know Spider gets so much crap, but I
haven't seen it yet.
I don't have it.
But not with the clown version.
Oh yeah, I don't know with the clown.
But what does it look like without the clown though?
Honestly, it looks like Spider.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, it looks like Spider. It's not. they are not impressive animals, and because of that, I mean, I could go grab one, but you'd
Yeah.
be like, oh, cool, a spider. It's kind of like we're waiting until we get our Neala clown male that we're hoping to get this season, and then we'll start showing him off.
I'm still looking.
Okay. That banana one is freaking out of this world. That sucker is just.
I'm trying to find the single gene Neala clown. Like, I guess that's not a single gene, but I'm looking for it. That's
Is that Neala with Mojave? The one you just passed?
one of them. Let me find it.
The next, it'd be like the one up above, right to the left of your mouse, down one.
Here or here? I
Yeah,
don't
is it
think
just-
so. I don't know what the. Oh yeah, Neala fire yellow belly.
That's just a Neala fire yellow belly. That sucker
Yeah.
looks like it would be paired with Mojave.
Yeah, they look.
How that? Wow.
I'm still trying to find. Is this it?
That dorsal stripe caught my eye right away. I just thought, wow.
This is a Neala yellow belly clown. I'm still looking for it. Here it is. This is a Neala clown.
Which honestly, I like that better than the yellow belly clown.
That's really neat looking.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
So-
my brain, the way I take everything in this hobby is I look at that and right away I'm thinking Exantic because there's no head pattern at all on that. So it's like you would end up with hopefully a white, maybe like a gray head. I think that would be just an outrageously awesome looking animal.
But yeah, so we're stoked for it. So like Courtney said, we have 2 females. We are waiting for them to import their next thing, and then we have a Neala clown male from that as well. So our 2 females, they're both definitely going to be up to size for this upcoming season. So they're going to be paired to a fire disco, possible inchy clown male, to our Mojave spider Neala clown or Neala het clown, and our spider Neala het clown female. And then the male, the Neala clown male, is going to go to our black pastel spot nose 66% pos het clown female.
And then banana blade het clown.
Yep. And I think there was one more, but I don't remember
Quinn,
what it was.
maybe.
Not Quinn, because that was Toledo. I don't know. We'd have to look, but I think there was 3.
We have a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Mark, yes, I did see Kai's thing. I was did you guys watch Kai's egg cutting today?
Mm-hmm.
Yet? I know you were busy.
No, yeah, we just got home.
Okay.
We were out on the bikes today too, so it's not like we were watching our phone.
It was very bumblebee filled, which I absolutely love bumblebees for whatever reason. I think it's when I got into the hobby originally, like years ago, when I first started keeping, bumblebees were like that snake that was on like the top of the pedestal, and it just never really left that for me. But that was a very impressive clutch mark that Kai cut.
Somebody had asked up there. I don't remember where it's at. Let me go find it real quick. Matt had asked if Neala is allelic. Nobody's done it to Mahogany or Stranger or Cinder yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was in that complex, like somehow. But nobody's done it yet.
What's up, Adam? What's up, Florida born? We've got a lot of people in the house. For anybody that isn't subscribed already, definitely subscribe to Stephen and Courtney at Leviathan Snakes. All their info's in the description down below. Follow them on Instagram. If you're not subscribed to me, hit that sub button for me. Hit the thumbs up because I appreciate all the support. And leave a comment and let me know how you guys are enjoying the lives.
So real quick, we showed off our leopard, our yellow belly leopard sunset earlier, and we were like, oh, she's out of the blue, but she hasn't shed yet. So it's a really bad example. She's taking care of that for us right now. So you guys want to see her
in a little bit.
We can show her off.
Momentarily.
Here, actually,
if you want, she's undressing at the moment.
Speaking of the shedding thing, I came down the other night and Xena was like, I called her right at the beginning of her shed. And I just thought, I'm going to film it and, just figured it'd be neat bonus content. I went and looked up on YouTube, snake shedding videos, and some of those videos get outrageous views.
Oh, I bet it's probably like the like satisfying, like if you get like zoomed in or whatever.
It might be. So I posted it up on Friday. Figured, hey, I'll give it a shot because I stood down here, and it took her outrageously long to shed this time, like a little bit over an hour. But I stood down here the whole time, and I don't know. I always find it satisfying for whatever reason. So I thought, hey, I'll speed it up. Maybe it'll be a good video. I don't know. It's doing decent so far.
The one I'm sharing now, this is just a picture of her like fresh after a shed. So that way, if you want to, this is the leopard yellow belly sunset. So.
See that? If you add DG into that, dude, I think that would just glow. I mean, that's like I said, that animal in itself is what made me start looking at sunset more. But if you would throw DG into that, wow.
I kind of not tease, that's not the right word, because I do it completely behind their back. They've never said it to their but like Gen Z, they always are like, I really like this animal, but put some desert ghost in it and it'll be fantastic. And I'm like, oh, take this clown sunset pied and throw some DG in there, just casually do that and it'd be amazing. I'll just do that.
I mean, sunset is just it's something that, like I said before, I looked at it and I think I was just seeing kind of half bad examples of it, and I didn't see the hype. But after seeing some, that one from you guys and some others, Billy throwing some stuff up on his picks of the week and stuff like that, it started catching my eye a lot more to where it's like, okay, at some point, once the price point comes down a little bit more, I think I'm going to pull the trigger on it.
And Creative Genetics was wanting to know where we pulled the pictures of all the Neolas. It's Wally_BPM Reptiles on Instagram. WALLY_BPM Reptiles.
All right.
But that's for Incomplete Dominant. That's definitely the one we're most excited about right now.
Bringing it back.
How about recessives?
Mine is Sunset. Easy.
I like Clown, I think.
Yeah.
Clown would be mine.
Yeah, Sunset for
sure.
me. I would like to talk about Sunset more, but I always do, so I won't right now.
Well, your vision for Sunset, where do you want to have your project at, say, the next 5 years, something like that? Like, where do you want to take it to?
5 years from now, I would like to be making, I don't know, we haven't really figured out plans if we could do this. I would like to be able to make Sunset Freeway clowns, Sunset DG clowns, the triple kind of stuff. But those would be the big, really hard stuff. I just want to explore the project, because I think that what happens a lot, and I do this too. Literally, we're running 3 different double recessive projects to Sunset right now, and if you also count the Sunset Freeway, because Freeway's allelic, 4 because it's the same odds as it. I think that people get too wrapped up on hitting double recessive, triple recessive, quad recessives before they've even figured out what the project looks like. Sunset honestly has not had a whole lot of combos. I would say if you're looking online, the most you're probably ever going to find is a 2-gene combo with Sunset. There might be some 3 genes out there, but they aren't being posted or being sold right now.
No. Everybody's hoarding them.
So think of the Pompeii. It took black pastel, spot nose, yellow belly, red stripe, 4 incomplete dominant genes with a recessive clown before it wowed everybody. Sunset hasn't even gotten there. So I think that there are possibilities for that I just want to explore.
I think people forget that sometimes, and I know this wasn't your question, but I think that sometimes people forget that sometimes it's the most basic combinations that wow people, and sometimes the craziest combinations can look like a plain brown snake.
I agree.
it's not necessarily about a high price point. It's not necessarily about like one morph in the group being a crazy morph. It's like just hitting the perfect right thing. And it might be that like, you know, people put a lot of effort into a specific thing that they think will look good in sunset and it doesn't pan out. And then something that just so happens to get mixed together, just like GHI and Mojave, it just so happens to go together and it's like, this is amazing. Yeah. It might not be the triple recessive. It's like maybe it's just one random thing.
Kai, 100% saying Campfire is an amazing example of
cinnamon and Chicalico.
Yep, they look incredible together. But yeah, so that's the thing is like there are like double, triple recessive stuff that we want to do with Sunset, but I also just want to explore the project. Yeah. So we want to see, what does Red Stripe in Sunset look like? What does Red Stripe, Yellow Belly, Leopard look like? Things like that. Just figuring out what it does and what directions. So
I like that from the we buy each other's misses. Yeah, nobody is buying somebody's holdback, and that's what's, you know.
That's very true. That's uniquely said that they like the Exantic bumblebees. That
they're beautiful.
Hopefully, and it goes with what you guys were just saying. I mean, it's a simple combo. I mean, granted, it's still dealing with the recessive, but I mean, for me, like next year, my big clutch, if the female's ready, is going to be hopefully an example. God, I can't talk sometimes. An Exantic bumblebee Orange Dream. After producing that OD bumblebee that I did last season, it's like, oh my God, this thing's going to look absolutely stunning if you throw Exantic into it yet. So hopefully that is my big pairing next year if she does get up to size, which I think she should. I think we're good on that one. But dumber things have happened.
We kind of like, actually, now that I got a little confused. I was thinking about 3 different things at once. I kind of meshed them all together. But the bumblebee, that was actually the first ball python I ever saw was a bumblebee. It was like a college friend had one, like her roommate had one, and she pulled it out. And I'd gotten a picture of her, and I remembered it happening, but I didn't really remember what it had looked like. I guess I'd always assumed it was a normal. I just remember her pulling it out and me being like, dude, I want one. But I found the picture recently, and it was a bumblebee, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool that I do that. And also that was a while ago, so that bumblebee was probably
pretty pricey.
Yes, it was probably an expensive snake.
Well, I don't know how long it's been since a bumblebee has been a pricey snake, but this was 8 years ago. Not that long ago, actually. Yeah, it seems long.
Well, still, I mean,
it's pricier than it is now.
I mean, back then 8 years ago, Spider didn't have the bad rap that it has now. I don't think. I could be wrong. Because that would have been the time when I wasn't doing anything with the hobby. I was kind of being young and dumb, and we'll just let it at that. But yeah, I would think a bumblebee back then, 8 years ago, still would have been a lot pricier than.
Well, it wasn't a normal one. It was actually like something with a morph, which I just assumed that it had been a normal ball python because it was somebody who just had one. And after having gotten into the hobby, I'm like, oh yeah, people, once you get into morphs, you don't just have one.
Yeah, no, yeah. PJ says the prettiest is citrus pastel fire spot nose. The second is their GHI lesser ghost. That'd be pretty.
Can I have a follow-up answer besides like favorite?
Sure.
Since this goes off of what Courtney said, I would say clown, and it's mainly because it's not that I think a single gene clown looks like it's the prettiest snake. I think that single gene, like recessive, I think it's pied. I think pied looks the prettiest. But I think that clown serves as, in my opinion, the best base for any other projects and combos.
Thanks, Kobo.
I do agree.
And it's not that I think that pie doesn't look that way. It's just that I think that the pattern influence of clown is so strong, but it still allows other morphs to shine through.
And with what you had said about the pie thing too, Pieds wow people still, but you got to be careful what you pair to it, because if you throw the wrong gene in the mix, you're gonna end up with a snake that's all white with just a colored head.
Yeah, we don't
So,
really like pied because of the variability of the high and low white.
Yeah.
Not that we don't like pied.
We don't work it as a full-on
We just
project.
because it's too. You never know what you're gonna get.
We've seen like some pictures of pieds where it's like, look at this, like I don't pied with 2 other recessives. I hit a triple visual.
How do you know?
And it's like a little bit of color on it, like little patch, super high white. And I'm just like, to me, that sounds, and it might be like a clown pied something else. It's like, yes, you can see the head stamp and you can see one patch of color, but to me, that would be a little disappointing.
That'd be like getting a sunset clown, but you had paired Lesser and Mojave without realizing, and it's just
a white snake.
Just an all white snake. Yeah, no, see that, like when I got, I never planned on working pied at all in my collection. And someone had messaged me. They were in a financial, I don't want to say a financial state, but they had some life events going on, and they're like, "Hey, I saw your truck with your thing at the local pet shop the one day, because I go to the local pet shop to get live feeders if I need to, instead of bugging my rat guy, just because it's like 10 minutes up the road as opposed to 20, 30 minutes. But he goes, and I've been following you on YouTube and stuff since then. He goes, I have these snakes for sale. Would you be interested in any of them? And he had these 2 pieds, and it's a male and female pair. And I thought, I don't know. And I asked him, all right, what do you want for the pieds? And he threw out, I think it was $600. Another thing is like, that's not a bad deal for male female pair. What's that?
Are they hatchlings? Were they hatchlings or?
No, they were like 400 grams on the girl. I think they were both right around 400 grams. The male might have been 500. Mm-hmm. So they had a little bit of size. And I wasn't planning on it because I try to coordinate my buying around when I have snakes hatching. So that way, what I'm selling is paying for what's coming in. And I told him, like, dude, I got to talk to the wife on this one before I can just go, because it was going to have to come out of our personal fund. Mm-hmm. And I talked to my wife and I told her, hey, if I can get these snakes for $500, I was like, because since the person approached me about it, I didn't have a problem offering them more of where I would like to see the number, just because, I mean, I knew it was technically kind of lowballing for a pair like that.
But if there's something from you, like, it's not like you inquired to them being like, hey, you had this posted for $1,000. Will you take $100? Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's ridiculous. But
so I told her, I was like, are you okay if I offer 5? She goes, and I went through my whole plan of what I can do with them. She goes, okay, you sound like you know what you can do with them if you get them. Go ahead. So the guy came back, goes, how about you meet me in the middle at $550? I was like, sold. So, I mean, like, it was a deal. It's something I didn't plan on working, but it works good with Xanthic. It works good with Clown, and it works good with DG. So it's like I wasn't going to lose.
Yeah.
So
they're amazing. I think pieds, like I said, single gene pied is the most beautiful snake, in my opinion, if you're only looking at single genes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And people love them. They look great. I love pieds. I think it's an amazing project. I think it's super strong. It's just literally, it is simply the variability of high and low white. And I know you can add inchy to make it lower white. But it's because of that is the reason why we don't work it as a full-on project. And we have so many other recessive projects. We don't have the space to work another one too.
Well, and while we're on the whole space thing as well, how much space do you recommend for a recessive project?
Like just a single gene recessive, not other ones?
Like let's just say like for your sunset project, how much space are you planning on using up just for your sunset project?
So in my opinion, if somebody is trying to work a project, a brand new project, and they don't have anything else and they don't have any other snakes that kind of like they have to fit it into, I think that you should go for at minimum 1 male, 3 females. It doesn't actually matter who, like, which is visual, which is head or anything, but I think you should have that group to start off. Then the thing is, what you want to do is you want to hold back from those. You don't want to just make all of those clutches and then sell all of them. You want to hold stuff back. So if you're holding back, let's say 2 snakes from each of those clutches, like you take out the 2 best, maybe the best male, the best female, or the 2 best females, or something like that. Then that means you've gone from having 4 snakes in a project. Then the very first year that you've bred, now you have 10 snakes because you've got 2 holdbacks from each of those clutches. That's 6 snakes. So you have 10 snakes right there, one project. And that's only the very first season. Every other clutch that you have from it, you're going to have more holdbacks. So every other season, you're going to be increasing that exponentially. So I really think that if you are going to be doing a single gene recessive project, realistically, you probably want to have room just to start it, have 4, but very, very quickly have room for 10 total animals. And then every single season, you're going to have to probably hold back another 10 animals if you really want to work one project. And by work it, I don't mean like you make one combo and you're like, cool, I'm done. I mean like I'm exploring this project. I want to do everything that I possibly can with it. And then double recessives and triple recessives, it gets way more because the odds are so much harder to hit it.
Adam seems like he's excited about something here. Getting super nerdy Friday night. I just insulated my garage attic. Game changer. I'm not going to need a snake room inside my garage. The future is my whole garage as a facility. Nice, Adam. Nice.
Jeremy had asked how much space do you think you need for a single, just one recessive, not multiple recessive project?
More than we assumed.
Yeah.
You said just a single recessive.
Yeah. So
more than you realize.
Yeah. I would say very first, initially start off, have room for 4, and then pretty much as soon as you start having clutches, have room for, I would say, 10.
Yep. And double recessives, that it just way more than you realize.
Because see, that's like when I built this room, I think it's 12 by 14. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 12 by 14. And I thought, okay, that'll do me for a while anyway. Now that I have the carpets, I got my hatchling rack, and I've got the 55-40 back there. I've got a 50-20 there. And I've got the carpets here beside me. I got the incubator up here in front of me yet. I've got everything in the room, and I'm here sitting down here every night that I'm down, and it's just like, okay, I'm running out of like you said, thinking about the whole space thing. It's like I'm rapidly running out of room, even though I still have plenty of space to grow up. I mean, let's face it, that's not a full 55-40. Mm-hmm. But I'm just planning ahead, like you said, years ahead as to how much room I'm going to need, especially with the carpets, because some carpets lay you can get up to like 20, 30 babies in a clutch. So it's like, I'm thinking it's like with 2 carpet females, just say even if they lay, 10 eggs a piece, there's 20 eggs total on top of all the ball pythons. It's like I'm already out of room, and I'm not even there yet.
So I think that that's a really good point, because I was talking about holdbacks. I wasn't even really, when you asked me about space, you don't
about your initial.
Yeah, because when you get those clutches, when you first get those clutches, let's say that you get 7 eggs on average. Just on those 3 clutches, you might only hold back 2, but you still have to sell and house and feed all of those other snakes for as long as you have them.
Mm-hmm. Until you sell them. Like, and that's something that we realized recently is, like last year we averaged 6 eggs, and this year we're averaging 10. So it's we're filling up a lot quicker than we were before, and we were doing the math, and we were like, okay, we're going to vend a show in September. Can we wait to sell animals till that September show, or are we going to run out of room?
Or do we need to buy another rack now?
We did the math
for hatchlings,
assuming that the rest of our clutches are on average 7 eggs. We will have 1 space left over for the show we're planning on vending.
You guys are in the same boat that I was in last season, because my hatching rack only had, I forget how many tiers I had on my 1065 hybrid. But I was talking to my buddy Mike that I partnered up with that does the boas. And I was telling him, I was like, Tuesday, if I get more eggs than what I'm planning, it's like I'm going to be almost out of rack space. And he goes, "Oh, dude, go." He's like, "Don't worry about it. If you need more, he's like, you just take some off of my rack." I was like, "Okay, thank God." Luckily, I was just shy by a couple. And then this year, I'd gotten more tiers for the hatchling and the 50/20 I added. And I got to thinking again, it's like, okay, if I get all these clutches that I was anticipating, it's like I'm going to be in the same boat again. And then sadly, my banana girl, she reabsorbed. My Xanthic girl reabsorbed, but that clutch still hurts not getting that one. That was going to be my double head Xanthic Desert Ghost clutch. And that, missing. I'm going to try pairing her again. I'm going to throw the mail in probably next week sometime and just see if I can't spark like a really late season clutch, if not a very early next year clutch. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I know I've heard of people doing it and having success doing it, but not quite sure how that'll go. They might just ignore each other too. Who knows? But
you want to hit us on our next question, or the next question that you have?
Yeah, next question. Let's see here. All right. Well, next question was goal for your Sunset project, but we covered that one already. Yep. All right. What's a codom you want to add to the collection?
Blackhead.
Yeah, Blackhead.
Blackhead.
Lace.
100% lace.
Lace. Yeah, lace is something that after seeing Justin's white lace video, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chris, didn't you just hatch out blackhead stuff? I thought you posted a picture either on Instagram or in the group chat. I think Chris just hatched out like some leopard blackhead spot nose stuff, I think.
Our thing on both of those projects, because they're both things that we want to get into, is that we are already at the point where we are going to have holdbacks that we want to hold back this year, that we are going to have to make a choice not to hold them back because of space stuff. So because of that, we aren't really looking to get into any new projects, because if we get into new projects, that's new holdbacks. Like if we were to get Blackhead right now, really, I think the only way that we would be interested in getting Blackhead would be if it was
fit into like every project that we're working on.
If there was like a Blackhead double het sunset clown female. I feel like.
So we did that recently where I was like, I kind of want an ivory. And Steven's like, well, we're not just going to get an ivory. I was like, well, I like leopard. We could do, and leopard ivories look cool. Let's do a leopard ivory. Yeah. And he's like, nope, not enough. I need more. It needs to fit in at least one more project. And that's when we were like, okay, well, if we can find a leopard ivory het clown. And we went to Tinley and we looked for one. And we saw leopard ivory pos het clown. We saw leopard ivory, but it wasn't a leopard ivory het clown. So we didn't buy it. And then
we finally found one
on Morph Market, bought it. he's a great little eater. And now next year, I think he's going to 4 females next year.
Okay. 300 grams right now.
But he was perfect for us. But we've got so much clown and so much freeway.
Yep.
How many clutches are you guys looking at having this year?
This year, 13.
14 with the Ultramel from Troy.
15 with a girl who's at 14 millimeters. Yeah. So maybe 15.
Okay. And then how many are you expecting next year then?
26.
30. Yeah.
Okay, so you're like doubling.
Yeah, 25 to 30
size, basically.
Yeah, and honestly, we've actually talked about this. We may not actually do it. Like we might have females that are up to size that we could pair, but we may not actually pair them, and we may actually sell them as breeder females, proven breeders, because it's like with the space of all the hatchlings.
Yeah, and one, I think somebody once said something like, "Oh, never sell a breeder female; they're always valuable." But they take up space, and their hatchlings take up space. Yeah. So, like the girl I just showed off her clutch for, like that's 10 eggs. That's fabulous. That's wonderful. But it's also 10 eggs. When she doesn't produce anything for us to hold back or anything, we are selling all of those animals. Maybe selling her, even though she gives amazing clutches, somebody's definitely going to buy her. I mean, look, she gives 10 egg clutch. Yeah. We could replace her with something that would further a project. And
And kind of, I mean, I guess you kind of had to go back to like how Ozzy views some things with upgrade your genetics. And if you want to stay at a smaller level, you got to keep constantly upgrading your males and your females too.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's like, we don't, because this is the thing, we don't want to forget about the pet owners either. So we have
Correct.
pairings and we have space allocated for stuff that is specifically for pets.
Mystic potions or
Yeah.
like one, and anything banana.
Yep.
Bananas, stuff that anything that produces a bell, I think is a very big pet owner thing.
Mhm.
Because I've had a couple people get a hold of me already about bells, and it's just like, it's like, one, I don't even know what I have yet, and two, at least one bell is going to stay here, whether male or female. I'm going to find I'm hoping it's kind of a male, because I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 3 females that are bell complex. So, I'll either get, super Mojaves out of what I have, or it would be Mojave and lessers, and then banana and GHI stuff mixed in amongst that yet.
I just because Creative had asked in the chat, he had asked, we do have the Neala gene right now. We have 2 females like out in the shop. It's a spider Mojave Neala het clown female and a spider Neala het clown female. We got them both from BPM Reptiles. They're in South Africa. When they do their imports, they import to Bushveld Reptiles, who are in Rhode Island, I think. And then Bushveld will like send them out to the people from there. So BPM exports from South Africa. Bushveld gets the import. Bushveld gets it and then sends out the animals from there. They are going. If you get with us, I can get you in contact with Wally and Race. They are. I think it's the end of June. They're sending out their next shipment that has like Neala stuff in there. So we are getting a Neala clown, a visual Neala clown male from them. But send us a message on Instagram and we'll put you in contact with them.
Awesome. John says if he makes a bell, which is likely, should he hold it back? That's kind of, I mean, it depends. I mean, everybody likes a bell. I think it was well put. I forget who said it exactly, but bell clutches are a sustainability clutch.
They also make more bell clutches. So if you're looking to make more bells, then yeah, that's great. So it depends on what kind of bell you produce. If it's a super Mojave, if it's a butter lesser, all of those, not butter lesser. Well, I guess that, but butter Mojave.
I'm grabbing a drink real quick.
If it's any of those are allelic combinations. So everything that they, all of their offspring will give 1 copy of each of those genes. So if you get like a butter Mojave, we have a butter Mojave male that we pair to a super mystic, super pastel mystic, and another super. We have 2 super mystics. So that ensures every one of those clutches, every one of those animals are going to be bells, because he is always going to give 1 copy of each gene, or 1 copy of one gene, and she, being super, is always going to give 1 copy of mystic. So all of this, you get. We have 3 mystic potion clutches a year, and they're immediately gone.
See you later, Chris. Thanks for tuning in, brother. But yeah, I think every breeder has those clutches where you produce it because, one, it sells, and it's a steady financial stream and kind of helps support either the feeding of the rest of the animals, or might buy another snake to add to the collection, whatever you want to use the funds for. But I think just about every breeder has those clutches where it's more of a financial move on it. It's not something that moves their projects farther. So ultimately, John, I mean, if you're going to stay in the game, I would say, bells are a consistent. They're what, $400 or $500?
Yeah, when we were down at Bob's picking up the Super Banana Sunset, he was telling us about, he has like his pet projects that are, by pet I mean like the ones he loves the most that are at his house. He has another facility, and he has an entire rack just to make bells, because bells sell so well at shows that is a like huge moneymaker.
Oh, we sold a butter mystic. What was she? At a show, to a pet owner. Never had a snake before. They saw her. They loved her. It was like a $500 snake. There's like a $450 snake because it's a female bell, and we price so that people negotiate, not so that like we don't price low and then they come in and negotiate. So we price a little higher. And I think because they were pet owners, didn't know to even negotiate. Not only did they pay full price, they were so like excited and grateful. They came back the next day and gave us a thank you card.
Yeah.
That's like sweet and awesome all at the same time.
Yeah, because we spent so much time talking to them about her. They sent us, because I was pregnant at the time, so they gave us a baby onesie that they made. They like cricketed a little thing and a thank you card because we spent the time to talk to them. And
there was somebody, same show, who bought just a banana, male maker banana, just as a pet from us. And they saw it, loved the snake. They went around and walked around the show, and actually came back and said that they had found a snake that was the exact same single gene banana for $50 less, but they wanted to buy from us
because they wanted.
Instead, it was at the exact same show, exact same snake.
But I mean, that's where your brand and being very personable plays into effect, I think.
100. I think that being friendly and warm and welcoming is so important.
And Rob says that he doesn't feel comfortable negotiating, and I totally understand that. But I think the worst thing that somebody can say is no. And if they say, "Oh, I don't negotiate. I hate when people negotiate. Don't come at me with it." That's a huge insult. To me, that's rude, and I don't want to buy from you. Yeah. Like if I'm just coming asking, will you take this? And you can't just say no.
You're not professional enough to.
I don't want to buy from you anyway. You're kind of a jerk. I don't want it.
No, I agree. Like you said, I always figure a little bit higher on my stuff. I mean, everybody likes to. I think everybody likes to feel like if you can get something for $20-$50 cheaper, whatever, it makes that person feel like they achieve something, I guess. So
one other thing I'd say on this, don't insult people if you're like uncomfortable doing it, and like kind of test it out. We have gotten more than $1,000 off of a snake before, and granted,
wow. they were listed pretty high. Now we'd never go super low. It's kind of like
I think 75% is the lowest we'll actually offer.
I don't think we rarely do that. We'll ask for like free shipping kind of deal.
Yeah.
Because you don't know unless you ask. And if they are like, look, I don't negotiate. It's like, okay,
creative.
I'll either buy it or not.
We so Creative asked if he can get a headphone set for $500. So we do have, like, just throwing this out there, we haven't actually set prices because we'll figure it out once we have them and once they're ready and all that stuff. But if you send us a message with like your email or phone number, whatever it is, anybody who's on our like wait list, this does not mean it's an obligation to buy from us. It's just saying like, hey, when you have a clutch, just let me know first. And if I have the funds, if I'm still looking at that project, I would like first crack at it. Anybody on our wait list, they are always going to get a better deal because it's less work that we have to do to market them. So anybody who's just like, I'm interested in a het sunset female, just let us know. And then once we have them, we'll let you know. There's no obligation to buy it. If you're like, hey, sorry, man, it's not good for me right now. It's like, no, completely understand. We appreciate you letting us know your interest because that it makes it way easier for us to sell them. Yeah. So send us a message on Instagram if you want to join it.
Put me on that list.
Okay. All right. We got you.
I like Phil saying here. He normally tries to haggle a bit. It's the PA Dutch in him. I think that's a Pennsylvania thing. I don't know. Like it's the thrill of getting a couple bucks off. I don't know.
No, we got our super asphalt for like I won't even tell y'all how much because it would be insulting to the person we bought it from. But then later they had another female listed, and we're like, we're not going to haggle because you gave us such a good deal on that
last one,
that last one,
we'll pay full price.
And it wasn't like we're not like, oh, we'll pay full price, but it legit was like, no, there's no, like, we looked at each other and we're like, we're paying full price. We're not even going to try, because they were kind to us in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
oh, I apologize. I don't want to cut you off, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I also think, like, if you're willing to work with people a little bit, or if it's a really high dollar snake and you're okay with working out a payment plan, chances are those people will remember that and come back next time that they want to look for something.
I think that point is perfect. I think that you can view, does this individual sale doesn't make sense? And if it doesn't make sense, you don't have to do it. But you can also look at, what is the lifetime value of this customer? Because if you can make an amazing experience for somebody and they trust you and it's a great deal, and then they come back to you next year or they come back to you the year after, because they're buying a steak from you, so that means they're in the project you're in. You're probably going to have other stuff that they want in the future.
Yeah.
Like, that can be the difference between paying 100% full price firm because they aren't willing to negotiate and simply giving them 15% off.
If I could tell you the number of repeat,
Mhm.
customers we have. We also have like for example, one of the people interested in one of our bananas was on the fence about whether she'd buy at Tinley or buy from us. And I don't think at any point I tried to dissuade her from buying from Tinley, but I did say oh, and if you're interested in banana, we've got a clutch that just hatched. We do have a wait list, so we could stay in your price range that you had given us if you want a banana. Yeah. Just a heads up. And she's like, you know what? No, I'm just buying from you guys because you've done all this stuff for us. And yeah, maybe because we wanted to stay in her price range, it's going to be like $50 less for us, but it's also a sale we don't have to do any more work for. And that snake hasn't even shut out yet. We don't have to take it to a show. We don't have to list it on Morph Market. And I hate listing on Morph Market. It's not fun. It's so much work. But yeah, no, it's like if you're on the wait list and we don't have to do any work to market the animal, we will be more likely to not haggle. That's not the right word. Do a deal. And I find that interesting because some people will say like, oh, I just listed this. Why would I negotiate now? And to me, when people say that, to me, that sounds like, oh, I only negotiate when I'm desperate. It's whatever. If that's what you do, that's what you do. But I'm always down to negotiate, and I'm also down to say no. I'm not going to do that. I'll meet you halfway.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. I know, like the girl that bought my first snake last season off of me, like she's like, I still keep in contact with her. She still sends me pictures of the snake that she got from me. And I mean, there for a while, she was probably messaging me almost daily with questions. And, I gave her the time that she needed and answered anything she had. And she had actually just sent me pictures a couple days ago. And we got to talking. She goes, I'll only ever buy stuff from you. She goes, I'm never going to deal with any other breeders. She goes, you were there. You answered everything. You were prompt. You were super polite. She goes, you have my business, anytime I want to get another snake. And I was really grateful on that one. I mean, that, it just goes to show if you take the time out, it's worth it. And plus I enjoy helping people. So,
Yeah, well, I know there was someone that we listed an animal last year, and we realized pretty quickly afterwards that the price we listed her for was too low. And we had somebody who was interested in her, and we were like talking with her, and we went ahead and raised the price on Morph Market because if it didn't work out, we wanted that actual price. And she was like, am I crazy or did the price go up? And I'm like, I hadn't even gotten a chance to message you yet. The price did go up, but we're going to honor what you inquired about because that's what you had inquired about. And since then, she's told us that she wouldn't buy from anyone else because she appreciated that. And she appreciated a bunch of other stuff that like having pictures of the parent, seeing the YouTube video of the parent, stuff like that.
Yeah. And that was like, I would even send her pictures of like every feeding, Yeah.
So they could see her on Frozen Thought or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I just came down like the baby just shed, snap a picture, send it. It's a minute out of my day. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, a little bit goes a long way, I think.
And they, if we had the number of clutches that like maybe we want one day. We might not always have the ability to do that for everyone, but we're also not everyone that we're selling to needs that level of attention.
And
Exactly.
I think for people like us and people like you and a lot of the people in the like chat, it is one of the competitive advantages that smaller breeders have over the big established names is that we have less animals. So that means we have less work that we have to do to sell the animals, and we can literally can spend more time on customer service.
We say that, but then I think Dynasty Reptiles, I mean, look how big that is. I think he gives more information about his hatchlings than most anybody else I've purchased from.
Oh, okay. Like, what type of information did he include?
So like he has like he writes they come with like a hatch card that has like the actual hatch date, every meal they've taken when they had their sheds, and what the last size rodent they had, and whether it was a mouse, rat, or frozen thawed or live. And that's all on the card. And like we give that, but nobody we've ever bought from a show has had that. I think Josh and Jackie Lumberg, they had that.
Yeah.
I think there's been one or two people who've had like an index card that has that information.
See, that's what
and there's good relationships we've had with people. Like honestly, like Brad Bow and Brock Wagner, amazing guys, and we talk to them quite a bit, and they give us all the information we'd want.
Yeah, like Eric DeMeyer, we're like, hey, the girl we got from you hasn't really eaten yet. Was she on rats, mice, live, frozen thawed? What was she on? And he's like, she was in an opaque tub that was this size. She was on this substrate. Like he gave me her life story, and I was like, I just want to know if it was rats or mice.
See, that's I mean, like when I said like last season, any snake that got shipped out, bought, whatever, came with its feeding card, which had the feedings, what it ate, if it missed a feeding, the shedding, the date of birth, and I even did a couple weights in through there, so that way they could see, the growth of it, till they got it. Now this year I've switched to Husbandry Pro.
Okay.
So I can still print off all of that stuff, but now instead of I'll do a print off, but then I'll actually send. I'm still debating if I'm going to make like the name tag. Like let me here. Like this is the name tag like for Xena here. It's got the QR code and all that fun stuff on it. But I don't know if I'm going to make these and send them out with everything as well, along with the printed sheet of like its weight and what they've been eating and all that stuff, or if I'm going to do the index cards, or how exactly I'm going to work it this year.
So we have what we do is it's like a little branded. Actually, can I pull it up real quick? I can pull it up here. We have a little branded postcard. I would say is like the size of it that we use as our hatchling card, and it's essentially all of the information that somebody would need if they were buying that snake. I'm going to pull it up real quick, and then I'll share my screen on what it looks like. But people love it because we record literally everything about it, like every time that they eat, when they hatch, their pairings, all of this. So that way, when somebody is buying it, be like, here, let me find their hatch card, and we can pull it out. And if we're at a show, they can literally see how we've written it in. Let me grab it really quick. I'm just looking for it. Hatch cards. Okay. Hold on. I'm waiting. Nope, not that one.
I think this is neat that you know how to share your screen over to me, and see that's I don't even know how. I mean, I know how to share my screen, but yeah.
Okay, so this is a very, very big version of it, but this is our hatch card.
It's
sorry.
the bigger the better. They could see it that way.
My bad. But yeah, so this is what our hatch card looks like. So we just keep all of the information in there.
Which we've talked about. We'd probably do it a little differently if we could do it again, but Steven got excited and ordered 3 million of them, so we'll never get through them.
Can you blow it up a little bit more, Steven?
Well, he was too busy making it smaller.
My bad. And I would have to put in all my password because apparently it kicked me off of it. So
you're good.
But yeah, that was it's just a neat thing that people really seem to like. It deals with this is like a marketing thing. Like there's ways that you can build trust with people, and one of the ways is traceability. In order to show here is all of the information from start to finish about this product, that makes people trust it more.
Okay,
Uh,
that
real
makes
quick,
sense.
I need to run out and take care of the rodents real quick, so I'm probably gonna hop
Okay.
off if that's okay. I'm sorry
No, you're good,
to
Courtney.
run on you,
You're
but
good.
yeah.
You're
Good
good.
to
It's
see
good to see you.
All right, here I'll stop talking. I'll let you get to your other question.
Dude, it's like I said, this is what makes I love this. I love this kind of interaction. It's great. Like I said, I probably didn't even need to have all these because I figured we could probably just run for hours and not even worry about it. Let's toss it. Let's change gears here a little bit. What are you? How are you doing? Like the majority of your record keeping? Like, what are you using? What's your system? I know you said there you have those cards for like babies that are being sold and stuff, but how about for everything else?
So there is, I would say, a combination of Excel, which Excel is like our like master stuff. Like that's how we actually go back and refer to most of our like plans and things
Okay.
like that. And it's various different like spreadsheets and things. And when we say like Excel, Courtney is a data analyst, so like the Excel stuff is wild on like what she has for it. Like she has like pivot tables and stuff that can calculate, because we break stuff down into like, here is a pet snake, here is a snake for like a breeder, here is an investment snake, on those different categories. So we've actually been able to like see like the most bang for the buck, if we're looking for it, comes from new breeders, either new breeders or people who are thinking of starting to breed. That's where the majority of the people are actually like buying snakes, at least for us, that have the highest value. So stuff like that is like all in Excel. We also have like a notebook that we literally are just making notes in, so that way we can go back, like if somebody sheds, specifically for like pre-lay sheds and things like that, we can go back and reference those dates. So, but we don't have Husbandry Pro. We haven't used it. I've heard about it. I've kind of been interested, but I haven't known enough about it to really invest the time and effort that would be needed to set it all up and go through doing all that stuff.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. Like, now, mind you, I'm only at like 30 some snakes, but like my Friday nights, I would always feed. Saturday, when Hadley would go down for her nap, is when I would come down here for like basically her whole nap, write out the dates, whether they fed or not, or go through all the routine of that. Basically, now I feed. If the snake takes it, I scan. Well, whether or not it takes it or not, I scan the QR code, hit two buttons, or hit the button that says new entry or something like that. And then I have like a list of things that I can choose from. And like my list is actually there's a huge list you can pick from, but then you can narrow that list down and like star like the main things you want to worry about following. And basically I just hit fed or refused food. And it's just really, I bet you it saved a couple of hours, just by doing that, because when I'm done feeding, I'm done with all my records too.
That's awesome.
So I now have like the 2 hours that I normally would have spent doing records on Saturday. I can do editing on the channel or filming or whatever I need to do. It's definitely well worth it. I think mine's like the $4 a month tier.
This is for me, like personally. I think of all of the different pieces of data and records that we've had and collected, the thing that helped us out the most was our expense data. So like every time we make any expense for the business, we like log it in like our expenses, and we also like categorize it as best as we can, like what it was for. So like snake, here's information about it, here's who we got it from, here's the date. Because when we did our taxes, it legitimately helped us write off so much money from all of the expenses we had invested into the business, because depending on what they are, they're either capital or deductible expenses, which determines how they come off on your taxes. And Courtney and I we're really lucky and we have really good jobs, and we pay so much in taxes from our regular jobs that because we're structured as a joint venture, because we're married, the write-offs from Leviathan Snakes directly allow us to get a lower tax burden for our personal income.
Oh, okay.
So like we got a significant amount of money back because of the write-offs from the snakes. So
See, that's a whole venture. I'm planning on going legit this year, and doing an LLC and all that fun stuff. I'm still picking Chris's brain and Nathan from Infinite Possible Python's brain, just since they're so local and like they're only maybe like max 2 hours away. So I figured that since they're already doing it, they can help walk me through on how the PA stuff works and all that fun jazz. But I'm planning on doing that legit, going legit this year. But it's like the tax stuff is what scares the crap out of me, because my tax guy had told me, he goes, if you go legit, he goes, just plan on your taxes being at that, like costing $1,000 to do. And I'm just like, it's like, whoa, how in the heck? Like that seems awful high.
Okay, so let me say this, and everybody's different. It all depends on how much money you are actually making from like all of your revenue streams and how much money you've invested in the snakes. I'm just going to use us. I don't remember exactly what we had written off, but I know that from the write-offs, I think it ended up being like $8,000 that we got back.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's if it hadn't been for that, we would have paid in to taxes.
Okay.
So it is, and it's literally everything on what you are investing into it. But it all depends on exactly what you're buying and what you're classifying it as, and how you're writing it off. Like if it's a capital expense, like a snake, or a building, or a rack, like a piece of equipment, you can depreciate it over time. So let's say you do it over 5 years, that you have the very first year, 20% of its purchase price comes off as a write-off for your taxes. And then the next year, another 20%. And the next year, another 20%. I'm making this up on work with your tax person to figure out what is the appropriate schedule to like depreciate your assets. But it's those things together. Like it's when people are first starting out is often when they're buying the most for their business. Yeah. But a lot of people think that they need to wait until they're actually making money before they go legit and claim it on their taxes. Exactly wrong, because by the time you're claiming it on your taxes, you're selling stuff and owing more money, but you don't have the write-offs because you're not purchasing as much stuff.
That makes sense. See, because that's exactly how my thought process was, is that I'm not making, like when he said $1,000, to do my taxes, I'm there thinking it's like, well, heck. Like,
so let's say
the way everything's working here, it's like I don't even have that $1,000 left over because I'm reinvesting everything into either more animals or more racking or food. Like it's all getting reinvested at this point.
Yeah, like I completely get that. But if it's the difference between, hey, I'm going to do this on my own and I'm too scared to worrying about all the business stuff, so I'm not going to claim it. So I'm just going to leave that $8,000 on the table. I don't even know that was my money that I could have gotten. But if you would have paid $1,000, yes, that $1,000 comes off the $8,000, but that's $7,000.
That's true. That you strike an interesting point there, Steve. See, I think I need, like, my big thing is, and anybody that knows me personally will tell me, is that there's certain things that where I'm afraid to take that jump. I always overanalyze a lot of stuff, and not taking certain jumps is probably my biggest downfall. Throughout, bad luck has just hit me really hard throughout my life several times, and it's made me very leery on making big jumps. But I think that this is something where I just have to make that jump. I mean, especially since, I'm not going to be, I have no plans of going anywhere. I have every plan of staying here and eventually, hopefully, I told my boss that hopefully in like 8 years, I could say, see you later. It's been fun. I'm done. And just do this.
No, 100%. And it is, I completely get it. Like they're big jumps. They are scary, and it's hard because you don't know what you don't know. And I'm saying this for myself too. Like I am ignorant on topics that I'm sure I could take advantage of, but I don't even know they exist. It is just I do believe that keeping track of your expenses is so important, especially early on, because that is money that is either going to the federal government or it's going back into your business. Either way, it's going somewhere.
Yeah.
You get to choose if it goes to the federal government or if you can use it yourself to help your business grow. So
What's Charlie's? Is it PH
oh,
or
V.
P?
Also, I saw Charlie on.
I was like PH or P. It's like, oh wait.
I saw Charlie on Adam's like roundtable breeder talk, and it was awesome stuff. I think that I see your stuff on Instagram all the time, but I think that was the first time I'd seen you in a live, and I was like, damn, Charlie's getting it. Like,
so that was the first time. Well, Charlie's been on Adam's live, I think, before. But that, I think with that roundtable live we did with Adam, that was just really good. Like Charlie and I had talked a little bit afterwards, and we were actually talking a little bit today. But like the chemistry in that lobby was just really good. It was really, really good conversations, and I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, what's up? Thanks for tuning in, brother. We are going to reprogram your thinking this weekend when you come up. That's the other thing too. Like having people that have already made that jump, that I'm closely have a close connection to, that's what helps get me into that feeling safe to make that jump. So like having Nate and having Chris and like you, Steven, like having all this knowledge around me helps. But without a lot of, like with going back to my clutch that I had just laid here for clutch too, like I was starting to spaz out, and everybody like Nate and Chris, everybody else in our group chat was just like, just calm down, you're fine. It's like I knew the 30 days is a guideline, and it's normally like between 30, I think roughly like 45, something like that is kind of like the average. But I was starting to get to that end point there, and it was just had me worked up and freaking out. And those guys were the ones talking me down off the ledges, essentially.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. The community is so just helpful and supportive and awesome. Like, there's so many. Like, we're right there with you. We were calling people, and we were like, "Hey, what is going on with this clutch? Please help us out." And you're like, "Does it look like she's okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, she looks fine." You're like, just chill. She's okay.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, that's what they were saying. Like I was sending pictures, like they're like, she's fine. Just let her go. Mm-hmm. She's making you wait. That's all. PJ said he's plays $600. See, that's another here. All right. Now with everything that you're writing down and keeping track of, do you have to have the receipt for it?
You
do a paper trail of some sort? Like for the most part, like with my rack, I always just pay him through PayPal normally. Just that way there's that, path.
If you get audited, if the government comes back and they're like, hey, you said that you wrote this stuff off, we want to see proof, then you need the receipt. You need some kind of trail, paid invoice, something like that can show that you actually did it. When you actually are filing, they don't go off of that. You just need your dates, your amount you spent, and the place that you spent it on. And pretty much what it is. But so like an Excel spreadsheet, like if you are working with an accountant to do it, they're not going to want you to hand them a pile of receipts that then they have to go sift through. They're going to want you to prep it some way. And this might be like with QuickBooks. It might be like TurboTax stuff. But you really need the date that it happened, the amount that it happened, what it was for, and who it was from.
Okay. Cause like my buddy too, he works for, I think, Fulton Bank. He had set me up with using like Google Sheets or something like that. I think it's called. Google Sheets. And it's basically, I guess it's kind of like Excel where I write down, he did all the setting up of it, like the date, what it was, like a description for what it was and to who, and the price. And it does all the tallying up of money and everything. It kind of helps with the budget as well, essentially, too.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that would be justifiable and good enough. But then, well, I'll actually let you answer that one first, and then I'll hit you with my next question.
For like Google Sheets on all your like records for it, initially, like, yeah, that should be good. You can work without an accountant. They'll tell you if they need more information or not.
Okay.
And again, the receipts, you want to keep them. You want to keep your receipts, and it can be digital. It could be like physical. We actually have like, we try to keep them in both like a physical folder if we have them, and then like any digital stuff we put them in a folder on our desktop too.
Okay.
But those are if you get audited and you have to prove it later on. But somebody had asked how far back can you claim if you have receipts? I don't know the answer to that. I know for sure you can claim anything within the tax year. I don't know if you can go back multiple years, and I don't know how far back. I would definitely ask an accountant on that. Also, disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an accountant on all of this information.
I see Jonathan says within that fiscal year. So that would make sense. But yeah, and all right, so say like with me paying with PayPal, is the little thing that PayPal gives you, is that considered a receipt?
I think that if it can state what it's from, maybe. Like if it could say like in the description, like this was for this snake, I guess. Like, and there's some kind of way for it to like rectify it. Also, my advice is don't intermingle your personal finances and your business finances, because that gets way harder to determine whether or not if it was actually for the business. If you have a business account, that's like we have a business account that is actually underneath Leviathan Snakes. It's not underneath Steven, it's not underneath Courtney, it's under Leviathan Snakes. So all of our stuff goes to there. All of our invoices go to there, like that people pay in, and that's how we pay out of our stuff. You can invest into your business. So like as me, an individual, let's say that there's a snake I want to buy and I don't have enough money in the Leviathan Snakes account to buy it. I can take my own personal money, put it in the Leviathan Snakes account, and I have invested into the business.
See, Adam here, all right, Adam, that's smart. He says he uses a credit card for all of his expenses, and then that credit card is the paper trail.
Yeah.
That okay.
Yep, that can work.
Because I already have the separate bank account made for Warfels Moors. That's already taken care of. The business itself has its own bank account, essentially.
But yeah. Oh, one other thing. The only downside to claiming losses on your taxes, though I do think that it would silly for people not to do it at the beginning, is that if you ever want to try to get a loan, like a legitimate loan, like let's say you want to get like a $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 loan to build a full-on facility at some point and run it like a mortgage, you are going to have to prove in your taxes that the business is profitable enough and that the bank isn't going to like be taking on too much risk through that, and you prove it through your tax returns. So if you give them your tax returns and it looks on your taxes, oh, you lost $30,000 this year, you lost $20,000 this year, you lost $10,000 this year, you made $1,000 this year, you made $2,000 the next year, your business sucks. We're not giving you a loan for $500,000.
Okay. So that makes sense though too.
But so it just depends on what you want. But again, if you're claiming it on your taxes, so let's say you make $50,000 selling snakes in a year, and you claim $50,000 on your taxes, that means you need to pay taxes on $50,000, which is probably going to be more than $10,000 that you need to be hold back to pay for those taxes. So there's pros and cons of it. Like,
yeah, you can't just because you made it, you can't go blow all because like you still got you got to take the taxes out of it. See that's the part there where I'm gonna have to really switch gears in my mindset as to, okay, I sold this, I've got to pay taxes off of that. What am I left with to actually work with?
Mm-hmm. So there's lots of things that people can do. I personally believe if somebody's starting off a business, claim your investments. Like if you are spending your money to start up a business, claim it, because you shouldn't be taxed on that as much as you would for just going out for dinner. It's just being aware that when it's time to scale, if you know you have been at a loss, operating at a loss for the last couple of years, or that you're accepting cash under the table so you don't have to pay taxes on it, it may make it harder for you to actually expand once it's time for you to like really get like something big, not just off of what you were able to buy from Snake Stuff.
I get that. That makes sense. I like what Adam says here about should all be cool with going legit. When you need credit, you want to be able to show you're doing good. That's well said, Adam. See, I knew we're gonna have to have another like round 2 of this, just because there's so much stuff we can talk about and go over. And we've got like roughly 20 minutes yet. So we definitely are gonna have to have you guys back on, Steven. We didn't touch remotely half the stuff I wanted to touch on, which is great. It's good.
All right, we got 20 minutes left, you said. So what do you got? Give us your highlight things.
All right, here. This is something where I think some of us are gonna really be able to take advantage of your knowledge on, but it's gonna be like growing your YouTube channel, marketing your like off of YouTube. We can even touch base on Instagram as well if you want to touch base on that.
Okay.
But what's your thoughts on the best way, like with YouTube, to work that in your advantage?
Okay, so I believe this is going a little bit away from platform specific like advice and more of overall marketing advice. I think that marketing is incredibly important for any business. And when I say marketing, I don't just mean making an ad. I mean, this is your brand, how you convey yourself. Let's say that there's like a dude that is in your town that is like, or a dude at your work where it doesn't matter what the problem is, you know that they're going to be able to solve it because they have that reputation. That reputation is what I think good marketing is for a business. A good marketing builds somebody's reputation. So everything feeds into their reputation. This is their customer service. This is their logo. This is the advertisements, social media presence, all of that stuff. So overall, and when you're looking at building up a reputation, there are specific steps that successful marketing strategies employ in order to do that. So you can't build up a reputation if nobody knows who you are. So the very first step is called brand awareness. So you have to get your name. The goal of brand awareness is get your name, get your logo, get your brand out in front of as many people as you possibly can, as many times as you possibly can. It doesn't really matter what you're doing for it, but you just want people to see Leviathan snakes. So this is one of the reasons why we are so active, or we try to be so active, though as we were talking about before the show, with the summer being down and the kids not being in school and stuff like that, it's been crazy and we haven't been able to be in as many lives as we like. We try to jump in at least a little bit. But if we're in a live and you see our logo come up and it's like Leviathan snakes, Leviathan snakes, Leviathan snakes, every single time that we're commenting, every single one of those is brand awareness. Anybody else who's in that live is getting another exposure to our logo, getting another exposure to our name, getting another exposure to us that may make it more likely that they become aware of us. So that's the very first step, is however you're trying to build out your platform, whether it's on YouTube, on Instagram, or just in general, find ways to get your brand in front of as many people as you possibly can. Starting off, it's not going to be from an algorithm. So producing content on its own, making a video, posting the video on YouTube, making a post, posting the picture on Instagram, anything like that is not going to be enough to get people to become aware of you because nobody's following you. So that way they can't become aware of you. The only real way to do it is to go out and engage with other people. So my advice is very early on, be active in lives, comment in lives. And you can mention that you have a YouTube, like, oh yeah, I just posted my first video and I don't really have anybody. So if anybody has some time, definitely go there and check it out. People love supporting each other in the YouTube community. If it's on regular YouTube videos, leave comments. Like, there's so many people who leave so many comments every single video we do, and we love you. And I'm so sorry I haven't been good on getting back to them because, like I said, with the kids being out of school, it has been hectic. But leave comments on videos because it's getting your name out there. Same thing for Instagram. Leave comments for places or on pictures, like people's pictures, send direct messages. That's my first thing. Get your name, get your brand out there. The second step in the marketing funnel is once you get people aware of you, you need to get them to engage with you. So engagement is having conversations or getting them to interact with you in some way. YouTube is amazing for engagement because it's long form video content that you can hear somebody, and it's way more engaging to watch somebody talk or show off snakes or do anything like that because you get to feel like you know them better.
Yeah.
So if you're able to make people aware of you, then they come and they start engaging with you and they start learning who you are as a person and who you are as a brand. They are going to start to trust you. And if they trust you, the next stage in the consumer marketing funnel is the conversion stage. This is where you make a sale. It is way easier to make a sale with somebody who trusts you and know that you are a good person who loves your animals. And the only way that they're able to know that they can trust you and that you're a good person and they love your animals, if they had been engaging with you before that. The only way they could have been engaging with you before that is if they were aware that you were around to begin with. That's how you're able to make a sale. And then the fourth stage of the consumer marketing funnel is advocacy. And this is getting the people who've made a sale to have such an amazing experience that they tell other people about you.
Yep.
And there's lots of different ways you can do that. We just did a giveaway, and this wasn't like you enter a drawing. Literally every single person who bought a snake from us last year, we worked with another creator, I don't remember her name, but Courtney worked with them. Miami something. She made like earrings, and Courtney worked.
Oh, I remember that video.
Yep, they made custom Leviathan snakes earrings that are branded to us. They're one of a kind. You literally can't buy them from her. It's only for that one thing, and we sent them free shipping, free earrings, nothing else. And we also included like a personalized note to every single person who bought from us last year, like. Not just like, oh, thank you for buying from us. It was personalized to them and commented about them. And we gave them an exclusive, like they're the only people who got this, a exclusive coupon that they can use during this upcoming season. They're the only people who got those things. And we sent them out to them free without telling them. So it was a surprise as well.
So that's really cool. That's really freaking cool. I like these Charlie's. But I like it's amazing how just like
all of it. I think that really effective brands, really effective businesses do all of it. You can focus on just YouTube, and you're pretty much just you're just making YouTube videos, and that's all you're doing, and you're pretty much only doing the engagement piece. And you don't have any way to get people to be aware of you. No deliberate way to get people to be aware of you. No deliberate way to build the word of mouth referrals. You're just making YouTube videos. It's only one piece. I think effective marketing strategies make a deliberate effort to do all of it.
That's just great advice. That's now, what platforms do you suggest using to make this whole, I'm going to say the whole circle, to go full circle with it? Like you've got YouTube, as you said, for like your more interactive stuff. Now, where does Instagram fall into that?
I think Instagram is more brand awareness. I think that you get way more reach. So reach is a marketing metric that is used to how many people see your content. How many people does it reach? So reach of 100 means 100 people saw this piece of content. I don't know what we're at right now, but we probably reach in like the 28 days, we probably reach about 100,000 people on Instagram. All organic. We don't pay for anything. And so your reach is what's really important, in your reach and impressions are your two most important metrics in your awareness phase. I think Instagram is great for getting your name in front of a massive amount of people as quickly as possible with the relatively least amount of work to do it. Because you can make a picture just on your phone, you can take a reel just on your phone, post it, and you're good to go. They may not be like the highest quality, but you can do that. Yeah. It doesn't take a lot of time. So if you can get people to catch your brand, get aware of your brand on Instagram, and then they're on YouTube and they see your logo pop up, you're like, oh, wait, I recognize that from somewhere. I've seen it on Instagram a bunch. I'm going to go look at their video. So I think that Instagram is perfect for the brand awareness phase of the consumer marketing funnel. I think it's the most effective. I also think TikTok is really, really effective on the consumer marketing funnel, but they're different audiences and different content works on each. In my experience, Instagram is more focused on like beautiful like aesthetics, so either a beautiful snake, a beautiful picture, a beautiful reel, and TikTok is more focused on like amusing things, like things that are funny or things that are like short form educational, like
Okay.
not necessarily the super beautiful snake and it's just showing you a beautiful snake. That doesn't necessarily do as well on TikTok as it does on Instagram. So that's one. Yeah.
The TikTok thing, like my son Dom had said he wanted to, run the TikTok for us. And I told him, hey, go for it, because TikTok's like, I just feel like I don't have time to run TikTok on top of everything else going on business wise and family wise. I just, adding one more platform is just kind of like, okay, I've got enough. So he's supposed to be taking care of that, and he doesn't fully run it too much. I think there's like 3 posts on TikTok. So that's something where I think I got to get him a little bit better on. But I mean, he's still young. I was just happy that he wanted to get involved with it.
Yeah, 100%. So I think that Instagram is really, really good for brand awareness, but it's not super good for engagement, because you're just posting a picture or you're just posting a reel. It's harder for people to get a feel for your personality unless you are individually having a bunch of conversations in DMs. So that's Instagram. YouTube, I think, is perfect for the engagement phase. That's where people can get a feel for who you are as a person. I think lives or podcasts like are perfect for this. They're fairly low effort. Like they do take like hours to do, but you're not necessarily putting in all the hours of editing for lives. And
that's very true. Plus,
so
I think everybody they get to see the real you during lives. I mean, not saying that anybody's not acting like themselves during their normal videos, but I mean, during a live stream like this, I mean, we're almost at 3 hours. If I could hold some alternate persona for 3 hours, I'd probably say I need to drop the excavating career that I'm in now and go into
Hollywood. Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously I've missed my calling. So, I mean, I think, this is a great way for people to see how people really are.
So that's what I think YouTube is the best at. The problem with YouTube is it is incredibly hard to get like discovered on YouTube. So like the metric I can kind of show on this is that we have 1,500-ish subscribers on YouTube. We have 12,000 followers on Instagram.
Yep.
It is way easier, and in my opinion, granted, we do posts on Instagram every single day. We do 1 video a week on YouTube. So there is that difference on it. But we can handle doing 1 post on Instagram a day while both Courtney and I work full-time jobs, while we have a 4-month-old baby, while we have a 7-year-old, while we're making 1 YouTube video a week, while like we do a lot of stuff, I feel like, but we can do that. We can handle that workload on it. So that's that difference there. I think that if we didn't have as strong of an Instagram presence, our YouTube wouldn't be as strong either, because people wouldn't know about it.
That's true.
So, and then the other one I would say, conversion phase for the ball python hobby, morph market, 100% morph market and local shows. Those are your conversion phase areas. So that way when somebody sees, I would say this, morph market, local shows, and a like email wait list type thing that we talked about earlier. All of those are conversion pieces, and it's essentially putting your ad saying, this is something that I have for sale right in front of people who are most likely to be interested in that product or service. So we don't want to just sell a snake to somebody just to sell a snake, and then they end up being like, actually, I regret this purchase. We want them to have a need for that snake, and it fits perfectly with them, and they are so happy with that purchase that they tell everybody about how amazing it was. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I think that cultivating an opt-in is what it's called. Opt-in is just saying that I'm not taking, hey, I know Jeremy is into snakes and he's never expressed interest to me, but I just had a clutch hatch. So I'm going to be like, hey, Jeremy, do you want a sunset? And you'll be like, I've never said that I wanted a sunset. Why are you reaching out to me? Now I feel bad because I have to tell you no, and we're friends kind of thing. So you're like, doing that, I don't, and without doing the opt-in, I think is bad. I think it puts people in bad situations where they feel awkward. But if you were like, hey, let me know whenever you have a het sunset female. You'd be like, yeah, cool. This is awesome, because if I get a het sunset female that I want to sell and I don't have to do any work posting it to Morph Market or taking it to a show, and I'm just like, hey, Jeremy, I have a het sunset female. Do you want it? And you'd be like, yes. They'd be like, great, here is the price, because it's way easier for me to do that than to do all the work to try to sell it. And it's somebody that I know and like. So that's why I think the opt-in is so much better than just messaging people.
Yeah.
Don't cold message people, in my opinion. Morph Market, local shows, or an opt-in, some kind of list. It can be email, it could be a message on Instagram, it could be a text message, it could be a phone call. But you have to have gotten that expressed interest in it before.
I totally agree. Now, where you think Facebook is a good platform to be using? Or is that something where it kind of has its place, but just be weary of it?
I use Facebook very, very little on the personal side. I am just getting back into paintball. I was into it a lot when I was in high school, and I've been using it for paintball groups on there just to kind of like see stuff, but I don't do any of it for the snakes. I personally am not a fan of Facebook. But that does not mean that somebody else can't be successful on Facebook. The only problem with it is Facebook is very, very clear and very strict. Instagram's on this too. No live animal sales. And same goes for Instagram. No live animal sales on there. So if it's hard to walk the line. I think doing Facebook where it's not trying to sell your animals, but maybe just be active in different groups so people know your name is fine. But if you're actively trying to sell your stuff on Facebook, it's probably going to get taken down at some point.
Gotcha. I like what Beastmore said here. I think YouTube is the best for people who are active into what you're about. It's also the hardest platform to keep up on content, which, I mean, I spent I don't want to say a couple hours, but I spent probably close to 2 hours just catching up on videos today. It's just like, wow, like you fall behind really, really quick. All right, now this is completely off topic, so I apologize to everybody. But since you brought up the paintball thing, what guns are like the big paintball guns now in the industry? Like years and years ago, I used to play, and I was on a team. I was sponsored. It was great. I had fun. I also abused the crap out of my body where I think I have aches and pains now because of it. But back then, like Smart Parts was like a big manufacturer. The Shocker was the big funny haha gun, but it was like one of the guns everybody wanted to have. Like what's the big stuff now?
So Smart Parts isn't there anymore.
What?
No, but it's not there anymore.
Oh, what the world?
Shocker is one of the bigger ones. Planet Eclipse is probably the biggest one in my opinion. So they just released the Planet Eclipse LV2 or Ego LV2. When I was playing in high school, it was like an 08 Ego was the thing that I wanted the most. I thought it was the coolest gun. So when I got back in, I got Ego LV 1.5. So that's what I have. Die is still there. They're probably another big one. Die. Lux is another big one for speedball, at least. I don't know so much on like woods ball and things.
Yeah, but, all I did was speedball tournaments and stuff. Speedball and the airfields, and then I always liked playing on the barrel field because if like on our home field, there were certain barrels where there was like a small enough gap between you. If you were good, you could just fling a couple balls through those gaps and get people that thought they were safe. It was fun.
So, and I don't want to talk about a whole lot because I know this is a reptile show and I don't want to bore people with it. But so that I've been, because also I was into it like in those early 2000s, all of that stuff too. And I never played tournaments, but I played like rec with everybody, like my friends and stuff from high school. But it's wild on what like the stuff we could have done back then. Like there was like uncapped semi-auto for like professional tournaments, like 30 balls plus per second. Now it's like 10 balls per second capped, period. Don't like go over that. Like there's
I'll never the one day because our part of our sponsorship was like on weekends our sponsor would have what they called walk-on days. So we had the ref.
Okay.
And the one day it was like I don't know if it was a birthday party or what, but somebody had basically rented the field out for that whole day. And the last match of the day, or I guess it was like the last couple matches, they had asked our sponsor if the refs could play on one team against all of them. So it was like 4 of us against like 30 people.
And
And dude, it was funny, like going like from how our perspective was of the game to how these people were, and we played on a huge barrel field, but for that match, for those big matches like that, but whenever you would do the countdown and it was time to go, all the walk-on people, like they turn around and they would just start running. Like they didn't worry about turning around, shooting right away. They were just running for cover right away. And all of us, we were synchronized to the tournament method of as you're turning, your fingers started walking that trigger, and it was just like a wave of paint that went over the field.
Running back. Yeah.
You would just see like half the people never made it to where they were going because of the wave we threw. I don't know. It was fun. I miss it.
But I apologize on going off on the paintball tangent. But yes, as somebody creative, I think, said that we all do the exact same things. Yes. So if we're ever in an area, if somebody wants to play paintball, let me know. Like,
dude, I would like. I've got a friend that's been wanting me to play, and it's just like, oh man, it's like one of these days I would love to. I just don't know if my body could take, because I used I'd run and I'd be leaping behind bunkers, and I mean, yeah, and I look back and wonder why my joints hurt, and that would be why probably doing all the stupid things I did.
All right.
Do we want to
do one more question?
Yeah, we'll do one more question. It's 11 o'clock. We'll do one more. Before I do that, though, for anybody that hasn't already, make sure you guys are following Steven and Courtney. All their links and everything are in the description below. Definitely follow them on YouTube, Instagram, all that good stuff. Excuse me. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button for me as well. Give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment. Let me know what everybody thinks of the lives. And if they have any suggestions as to who they'd like to see coming on next. I do have a list, but hey, I'm always looking for new suggestions as well. We do have, actually here, I'll go through my list real quick of who we have coming on. If I can find my list. This is how you know you got too much stuff going on in one tablet. All right, next week we have Baker from Blue Line Morse. That's June 26th. On July 3rd, we have Ryan from Smitty Serpents. July 10th, we have King Austin himself from Royal Highness Pythons coming on. July 17th, we have Danny from DTMG Pythons coming on. July 24th, we have Brian Cusco from Triple B coming on with us. July 31st, we have Sal from Gomez Pythons. And on August 7th, I have Brian Gundy from For Goodness Snakes coming on to join us. So super excited to have all those guests coming on. I'm going to try to nail Jeremy Ball down as well starting in August. So, because I just want to have Jeremy on.
Yeah.
We can talk more about the Parthro babies and all that stuff, which if anybody hasn't already, Adam from Proper Royals dropped a video on, I guess, is at whatever Florida show he was at, but Jeremy Bald was there as well. And Jeremy was showing off the two Parthro babies that he kept. And you guys can see that normal that he kept that looks anything but normal. So definitely check that out. And everybody will kind of start to see why I think that there's something happened in that clutch that everything in that clutch is just amplified. Either it's extremely good examples of what they are, because Jeremy kept one Super Enchi. I have the other Super Enchi, which she's in shed right now. So as soon as she sheds, there's going to be pictures going up on Instagram of her. But then he has that normal as well. And it's Adam can tell you, Adam, since you're still here, What did you think of that normal? That, I mean, that was just out of this world as a quote unquote normal. But yeah, I really think that, I don't know if like during the Partho, if like a gene got mutated and it slightly made a whole new gene, possibly, I don't know. But there was definitely some awesome examples in that video, so definitely check that out. Plus, you get to see a whole bunch of other stuff. Jeremy gets bit, so who doesn't like to see somebody take a bite here and there? And Jeremy took it like a champ. He didn't even flinch. The snake just basically like, meh, well, whatever. But it was a great video. I really liked it. So definitely check out Adam's video there on that one. So all right, let's see here. Last question.
Before the last question, can I do two shout outs real quick?
Certainly. Go ahead, Steven.
Okay, first one. I have to apologize. Adam from Proper Royals and Adam from Proper Royals, had done a collab video on marketing like a month or so ago ish. I don't remember exactly when he posted it. Adam posted his like right away, and I have not been very good on doing it, but I finally got the stuff downloaded from Dropbox, and this Wednesday we're gonna get that one posted. So the other half of the marketing video we did, in case anybody wants to check it out, who saw the first half and has been waiting for the second half forever. I apologize. The second one is that we are doing a live with Keys.
Yes,
I think it's the 22nd. This upcoming week. So if anybody wants to jump into that one later on too, the 22nd on Keys' YouTube channel. So those are the two shout outs I wanted to do.
Definitely make sure you guys check out that live. I know I always feel bad because like I try to catch their Keys' lives, and it seems like that's always just a day where for whatever reason chaos just happens, and I don't get in on time, excuse me, or I get in really late. It's always something. But I always try to catch up on it at least. But anywho, definitely guys, check that live out. And like I said, definitely check out all of Steven and Courtney's social media. That is in the description down below. Also, check out the sponsor of this week's episode, which is Gershon from GP Snakes. Go back to the beginning, couple minutes in. And actually, I guess it was more than a couple minutes because we just started off on a really good conversations off the start. But somewhere in the beginning there is probably within like the first 10 minutes or so is the ad for Gershon. So definitely go check that out and check out all of his links in the description down below as well. All right. My last question. See, I had this whole list.
I'm sorry. I talk too much.
No. Don't apologize, Steve. This is just saying, hey, we've got a whole bunch more to do like around two.
We'll do it. We'll do it once we get all these sunsets hatched out. So
yes. But see, we also covered a lot of stuff as well, like in our other conversations during it. So we're probably not far off from where I was at to begin with. All right. We'll end it on this one. What are your tips for any people just getting into the hobby, deciding that they want to breed, or even toying around with the notion of breeding at some point? What are some of your tips for them?
Okay, so I don't know. I'll do tips. This wasn't just one tip on this one. So tips. One is you don't have to. Even though some people might try to make it into a business, some people might be going for really, really high-end stuff. That does not mean that breeding a sunset is any more or less valuable than breeding a bell. That it depends on what you want to do. And if you just want to make some bells because you think they're beautiful snakes and you want the experience of breeding it, 100% valid, get it. That's an amazing part of the hobby. And if you do want to go like make a whole on business and stuff like that, really my advice is figure out what you want to do and then be very, very focused on that, like that level of whatever it is. If you are wanting to be small and just do stuff in your house, be careful because snakes can be addictive and you can end up with way more snakes than what you are recognizing you are going to do. And if you want to make it a business, again, it may not be the best decision to go out and buy a normal breeder size female to pair to an inchy male. just because of like the snakes that you're going to produce, how many, the viable market for it. Like, again, figuring out what you want to do is, I think, the very first one. And then whichever direction you want to do, research that direction. So if you are wanting to make a business out of it, watch as many business videos as you can. Doesn't even have to be related to ball pythons. Watch them on marketing, on taxes, on setting up an actual business, whether it's a partnership versus an LLC, the difference between a joint venture and a partnership, things like that. So that way you can understand what it is if that's the direction you want to go. As well as all of the regular animal research that everybody has to do no matter what. Like, you need to know how to breed snakes. These are like ancillary things. So that's one, figure out what you want to do. And then once you know what you want to do, work towards that goal. Rather than knowing that you want to start a business, but there's this really cool snake and it's a good deal, and no, it doesn't actually fit into your project, but it's such a good deal and it looks beautiful. I want that snake. And now what am I going to do with the snake? Like,
yeah. I think we've all fallen into that at least once.
Oh, well, so many of our snakes are like that, and we have entire projects that are fully built out that we probably are going to move away from. And it's not that the projects are bad, but it's because of space for the other projects.
Because there's other projects that you're more, I don't know how to put it, more
excited about. I don't even know if it's
excited, passionate about. You're more passionate about.
Yeah, like you love Exanthic. I love Exanthic. I think it's super cool. I think that we'll have a little bit of Exanthic because they make beautiful snakes that are awesome for pet owners and like people who are just getting into breeding. I don't think we're going to pursue it as a full-on project like we were planning to.
Yeah.
Same thing with like Toffee and Albino. I think that's another one that we probably aren't going to explore as a full-on project like we were going to. We have lots of stuff like that. We're like, oh shit! Like, oh, I apologize. I don't cuss on. I cuss in real life, but I try not to do it in like videos and whatnot.
Did you watch? Did you listen to my live with Billy? Trust me. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Watch that. Watch 5 minutes into that live with Billy once. What you just did was nothing, bro.
But yeah, so that's one is figure out what you want to do, and figure out what you want to do, and then research and work towards those specific goals. And that there's nothing that is wrong with just doing it as a hobby level with a couple pairings a year in your bedroom, perfectly fine. And you are 100% just as valuable part of the community as Justin Kabolka.
Yep.
Like, and I'd say that's one. Second one is, regardless of whether or not you're doing it as a hobby or if you're doing it as a business, be active on social media as quickly as possible, even if it's just jumping into lives, commenting, having an Instagram page, because the community is so close-knit that if you're not part of the community, it's going to be very, very hard to sell any snakes. Unless it's to somebody who's not part of the community at all. And really the only way you can do that for most people is selling to friends and family or going to a show.
And either way you look at it, I mean, that's not a sustainable way to, I mean, if you're planning on doing it business-wise, eventually your family's not going to want any more, and your friends are going to be tired of buying snakes, or they're not going to want 100 snakes. So, you have to branch out at some point.
Yeah. So like some people will say, like, they don't want to start doing a social media until they have hatchlings because they're not like a real breeder until they've had their first clutch. That's the worst advice.
Yes, I agree.
Don't wait for it. If you wait until you have hatchlings that you need to sell and then you start, you're not going to sell them.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Like for me, for instance, it took my friend a long time to talk, I don't want to say coax me into it, but basically talk me into realizing, hey, you need to start a YouTube because it's going to be a valuable asset to you. And so that's, because I always thought I wasn't big enough. I didn't think at the time I had 12 snakes. So I just didn't feel like I had enough stuff to run a channel with, because I figured I'd be repeating a whole bunch of stuff. But here we are, a little over a year into it. We have a live stream now. I think 131 videos, I think it was. Granted, some of those, I guess, are shorts. But still, I mean, I can't believe I'm where I'm at today, and the YouTube aspect helps so much with the like moving animals, like you said. If it wouldn't have been for me getting that early start and people seeing what was going to be coming, even though I only had a few subs at the start, and it wasn't until like months into it that I got past that 100 sub mark. Um, you know, I wouldn't be where I'm at today with being sold out like I was. Um, yeah, and now last I checked before the live, I think I was at 757 subs. I think it's like 757 subs.
760.
Oh, dang. All right. Tell you what. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's mind boggling. Like, and it becomes fun. Like this. Like, when I first started doing the lives, I never thought I'd be able to do a 3 hour and 15-minute live and not run out of things to talk about. But it's not enough time to talk about everything 3/4 of the time. At least I don't feel like it.
Yeah. And there's so many people in the hobby that, like, not even going off of the marketing aspect. I have made, and Courtney's made so many friends, like genuine friends from the hobby and ball pythons and breeding and being part of the social media stuff. We've never met in person, but I feel like that we've known each other for years.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I know I could reach out to you, like anybody. I mean, I could reach out. I mean, heck, Adam, I reach out every once in a while and talk too. I mean, when that Super Enchi girl came up, like it was funny because I just messaged Jeremy Bald about it, and next thing I know, Adam pops up on my thing going, "It's you or me, buddy. Which is it?" I mean, it's like, I just like, there's just so many people in this hobby that you haven't met them in person, but like you said, you feel like you've known them for years. And like with Adam doing that, like that was just something, and how that whole situation played out, like that's something only that a really good friend would have done. I mean, like not everybody would just message somebody like that without feeling comfortable around them, like, I don't know. There's a certain level of chemistry between all of us.
And this is going off of on a slight tangent, and I know that we're already over time, and I don't
worry about it. We're good.
But so Adam at Proper Royals, again, I'm trying to hit, he's on the screen right there. I'm trying to hit the branding for it.
There we go, right there, yeah.
Adam from Proper Royals. There have been, pretty much the entire time I've been here, I don't know exactly when they started, there have been reptile podcasts. And there are some reptile podcasts that are very big. And there's some reptile podcasts that I genuinely like, and I genuinely like the people, but there is a different dynamic that I feel like between Adam's show and like yours and Gershon's. And this isn't necessarily true. I'm not saying that you guys did this from it. The first one that I know is, I feel like that Adam and his live show that he does on Tuesdays, in my opinion, is what shifted the first show that I saw, that shifted it away from only interviewing people who are really, really big and established. And the vibe that I kind of got on those shows were like, I don't want to say gatekeepy, where it was like other people can't join, but it was like, it didn't it didn't feel welcoming as a new
you didn't feel as included.
Yeah, it just was like, oh yeah, we're interviewing really, really big people who have a lot of experience and really cool animals, which does make very interesting content. Adam's show is what I personally believe one of the first shows that I got involved with in the reptile community that actually made such a strong community that I genuinely not only wanted to be part of, but felt that I was included in. I really, really like it. I feel like that shows coming off after Adam's shows like yours and Gershon's, same vein, and it's something that I really, really like about YouTube.
Well, and truth be told, if it wasn't for Adam giving me the honor of coming on, because when he asked me about coming on, I was like shocked and like just ecstatic and all over the place. But if it wouldn't have been for that, I never would have realized that I enjoy doing live streams. I was always in the chats and talking, but it wasn't until being on Adam's show itself that I actually realized I like doing this. So if it wasn't for Adam, I never would have started this. So ultimately, I mean, because of him, I'm at where I'm at on this aspect today.
Also, another show I do genuinely like, and I really like the person behind it. I really like Snakes and the Fat Man, and Chris Eaton is an amazing dude. And it sounds weird when you watch a show because he kind of like has like the brand of like being blunt and stuff like that. He is one of the most professional interviewers I have ever like worked with. Like
Okay.
he is the only person, and this is not going off of any other shows, the only person, because like Courtney and I did the 15 minutes of lame before it, he was just like, hey, is there any topics you guys don't want to talk about? Like, is there anything? Like, he made sure, like, and he's awesome dude. And it's just he has a brand. He has a brand, and he is such a genuine, caring guy that I think is he does the comedy part of his brand that I feel like can get lost in it.
Oh, okay. See, I'll be honest. Like, I've seen a little bit of his stuff, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I watched a lot of it. And I think that's just like, I mean, I'm sub to him, so it's not that I don't see when stuff comes up. It's just that I think I get drowned out by everything else.
Mhm.
That, I mean, heck, I had to scroll back through days of content that I missed just to find a couple videos.
No, I see Hold Back Rack podcast. Definitely. He's an awesome dude. You can let him know that because we've told him this too, that I genuinely think that of all of the people in the hobby, he does and says things where he'll make a joke, like he'll post like a thing of like a clutch of ball python eggs. He'd be like, well, my day's ruined now. But he does and says things that show so much care for the animals, even ball pythons. Chris is an awesome guy. I really like Chris.
See, I'm gonna have to try to pay more attention or try to watch more of his lives and stuff. Because I think that's one thing. Like I like the genuine feel, that type of deal. That's the kind of stuff that attracts me to the streams and holds my attention.
And it's a different style of show. It is a different style. Like, but I don't think it's bad. It is a different style. It's not family friendly. Is what I would say.
No, I got you on that. With what you had said too about like some people, that do the live streams having like your high end breeders, and then streams that have more of the little guys. That's where like I kind of thought it's like, if I can get some of the bigger people to come on and share some of that knowledge as to how they got to where they're at, awesome. But I try to find the right people. Excuse me, not that there's any bad people, but try to find the people that I think are down to earth and that I would get along with personally. So like with like Billy, I mean, I like Billy. I thought, what, Billy's got a wealth of knowledge that's just there to tap. And I know with being on his Patreon, like the knowledge we get out of those 2-hour live streams that he does twice a month is just, it's worth every bit that I, pay for. I think I'm on like the $25 tier or something like that. But it's just a lot of great knowledge you can get from the bigger people. But I also like to have a lot of the people that are down at, I'm going to say my level. I don't mean that in a bad way by any means, but like, I feel like the people that are around my size, like the smaller breeders, is where I connect best with. So I enjoy like having you guys on, having Adam, you guys heard my list that I have coming up. I mean, I've got a couple big hitters. I mean, I'm not going to lie. But at the same token, I try to mix in more of the smaller people as well and keep it a nice, fresh pool. Or
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
you know what I'm trying to say, I'm sure. I'm terrible with words.
No, I get it. I get it. And like the difference is if somebody sees that we are having like a live like today, nobody's gonna see like if they know us, they might be like, oh, I like Leviathan snakes, I want to watch them. But nobody's gonna see the Leviathan snakes and be like, oh wow, Leviathan snakes.
Yeah.
Like they're not. We're not bringing in an audience for you. But if somebody saw Brian Cusco is doing a live with you, you might be like, oh damn, that's pretty cool. Like
Yeah.
I want to go check that out. What's going on? Like there is 100% a different level of I don't even know what the right like adjective of it is. So in marketing, for brand marketing, there's two reasons why people buy from specific brands. It is that they feel that the brand was made for people like them. So like us being on the same level, and a lot of the people like here, we're all on the same level. We are like each other. We are relatable. It seems like we feel like that we are friends. That's one reason why people buy from brands, is that they feel like that brand was made for them. The other reason is that people buy from specific brands is that they feel that the brand was made for the people that they want to be like. So this is actually how I feel like Freedom Breeder and ARS do a lot of their marketing, even if they aren't intentionally doing it, is that they are selling to small breeders, and that's how they're making a lot of their money. But the small breeders are buying those racks specifically because they feel that's what the professional breeders buy. Those are professional racks. If you think about it, there's no difference between the care that a ARS makes and a PVC rack that has Freedom Breeder tubs in it. There's no difference. They're just the exact same. They work the same way. They have all the exact same conveniences, but a metal rack, whether it's Freedom Breeder or ARS, seems more professional because that's what the pros use. So
you strike a very interesting point on that too. And with what you had said, like with the PVC thing, if anything, the PVC is probably more versatile.
Yeah.
Depending, what is it? Is it what's the big PVC enclosure maker?
Sea serpents.
Sea serpents.
Okay.
I think.
There's sea serpents. We just got a black box one that we got for like hatchling rack and all that stuff that we put Freedom Breeder tubs in.
That's probably what I'm thinking of, because like you can put in like the super small hatchling tubs, you can put in like the neck, you can have a couple of those, and then the next size up tubs. Like it's so versatile, and you can do it all in one rack.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to not really think that the PVC stuff is probably better for the people that are maybe a little bit more strict on room. Because like my 10 series, like, you know, I'm stuck with just being able to use those tubs. That's it for that rack. So I have to have a hatchling rack. I had to have a grow up rack, and then I had to have my adult rack.
I love our ARS racks, by the way. But I'm throwing that out there. I love them. I think they're awesome. Yeah. We have 3 ARS racks. We have a 7030. We have a 5540, and then we have like 7 layers of a 1065, and then we also have a PVC rack that we just got from Black Box that has Freedom Breeder tubs in it, and I like it just as much.
Yep.
Like they're both great. I don't think that, but anyways, I'm only saying that because I think that podcasts and shows that have the high profile names, the brand that they're going off of is these are the people that you want to be like, as in you, as in like their audience. Yeah. So because you want to be like them, and I'm only having high profile names, by association, I am the same as the high profile names in terms of the host. So it makes the host have more prestige in that case than having the smaller people on. But if you have smaller people on, it might be like, oh, Jeremy is like me. I feel like I'm friends with Jeremy, rather than them being like a step above that's like a celebrity kind of thing. So it depends on what you want. And there's not a right or wrong way to do it. There's different avenues, and it just depends. If you are trying to sell to people like us, most likely we aren't necessarily buying a snake because they are a big name, but we may buy a snake and that's it. That they're a big name, but we may buy a snake from our friend because they have the snake that we want, and we want to support our friend.
Yes, totally agree. I would buy something from a friend that, as long as it works with my projects, granted. But I would sooner buy something from someone that I know and have that connection with than any other breeder, no matter how big they are. Mm-hmm. Like if you had a snake that I needed, but Ozzy had the same thing, I'd be going to you first. Nothing against Ozzy,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I have that connection with you more than I do with Ozzy.
And I think that this is something that people get afraid of when they start getting into ball pythons, and they're like, oh, what happens if I can't sell them? And this is why it's so important to become active in the community first, because it's not necessarily who has the biggest name, and whoever has the biggest name is going to make all the sales. Because Ozzy or Justin Kabolka have way bigger names than I'll probably or we or anybody here will ever have, but that doesn't mean that every single person is always going to buy from them.
Correct. Extremely, extremely correct. Totally agree with that. Straight Blast. Straight Blast. The Straight Blast says that they're looking to get a 5540 next year. I like you said. I mean, I love my ARS stuff. Obviously, I mean, there we go. There's the 5020 and part of a 5020 and part of a 5540. And my 1065's over on the other wall. But I did start out with a TGR. I think it would be the equivalent of like an FB20. That's what I originally started out in. I still have it sitting over here in the corner. It's basically just holding some Freedom Breeder cocoa blocks that I have left over that I've been using for hatchlings because I switched the adults over to cocoa to go. But I love my ARS stuff. I mean, I've got two. I don't know if there's something just wrong with the tracks on it, but I've got two tubs where it's a pain to. It's like a stick.
I know. Are they hybrids?
Yes.
Okay, so I had the same issue. The rails that you screw in the screws, go check the top rails where they hang, like what hangs the tub, and notice if there's any of them that's either a little bit higher or lower, like where you drilled it in, than the other ones, because I had the same thing. And when I noticed it, I think it was like a little bit higher, a little bit lower, like down. So like, let's say this is the tub, like straight across.
Yeah.
It'd be like, instead of being straight across, it was like just a little bit angled like this. So, and it was a little bit, like you could still put in the tub, but the friction of it is what caused the stick. So when I undrilled it and I made sure it was completely level on that one that was sticking, perfect.
Okay.
It's just a slight like angle instead of it being just flat. And so it's like when you're pushing it, it's actually like hitting the top part of the rail.
Yeah, it feels like it's just like you're just kind of basically grinding against something to an extent. But it's like only on two. It's on the very last two tubs on the right-hand side.
Yep. It's just the rail. I can almost guarantee it.
I'm going to have to try that. I'm going to have to flip-flop some stuff around and see if that doesn't fix it then. Because, I mean, that has been my only gripe with the new sections of that racket. I didn't know if it was just something where they were that bombarded and that far behind that maybe a little slight quality issue, something was bent, or faulty plastic, warping or something. I don't know.
Yep. I can almost guarantee you it's that. Is it just slightly not level for that rail?
I'll have to go. And you just unscrewed one end of it and left the tub in there.
That way I could level it back out, and I screwed it back in. Perfect.
Okay. I'm going to have to do that then. Just because, I mean, it bothers me. Like, I'm a perfectionist through and through. And I've loved that hatchling rack since the day I've started adding tiers and having it. But that last little bit there, it's just like, oh, come on.
So I know right now it is 11:33. Do you want to go to midnight? I guess or the chat. What do you guys think?
What's everybody in the chat? You guys want a little bit more? Are you tired of hearing us talk and chit chat and rant and rave? Let's see what the chat says. If people in the chat are down for it, it wouldn't be the first time I stayed up till midnight. And I mean, I'll get 5 hours of sleep. That's good enough for me. Straight Blast says keep going.
All right.
Rob says midnight. His sleep is for the week.
I don't have to wake up for tomorrow. Like, I have
Kai's even still in here. All right, Kai, you've been like silent, brother. Oh wow, everybody's all right. We'll go to midnight. Hell, let's do this.
Hey, do you got a question? We got 26 minutes, and if the chat has a question, like
I would say if does anybody I have other topics, but does anybody in the chat have anything you guys want to hear from either Steven or myself? Drop it in there and we'll go with it. Phil,
No, we got this.
Juneteenth. What in the world is my wife was talking about Juneteenth because she thought I had off tomorrow.
it is the day. It's the emancipation of slavery.
Okay.
Yeah, they made it into a federal holiday.
Well, I want off.
Yeah, it's a federal holiday. But yeah, it's the emancipation of slavery in America.
Okay, so my wife wasn't screwing with me then. This is I'm not trying to I don't mean to offend anybody by being stupid on that. I legit did. I thought she was messing with me, and I just thought it was ironic that Phil brought it up too.
Also, just because Adam roasted us good, throwing some shade over there, but this is a family-friendly show. All right.
Let's see here. Beast Morph says the birthday is tomorrow, so happy early birthday, Beast Morph.
All right, question for you and question for the chat. I know it's on my show. If I'm not allowed to ask questions, tell me to shut up.
Dude, go ahead, man.
Okay. Who, not somebody that has nothing against Adam or Kai or stuff like that, but we all know everybody in there. Who is somebody who you genuinely think isn't well known within our community, the people who are in the chat and everything right now, that we should check out? And anybody in the chat, feel free to drop that too.
Oh man, all right, you're putting me on the spot here.
It doesn't have to be the best, just somebody you're this is a cool person that I think other people should know about. And
I'm gonna drop 3 names because I can't pick between them, and yeah. Actually 4. I'm gonna drop 4 names. So can I do that? Is that allowed?
Yeah, you got this. Yeah.
All right. One is gonna be Nicole from Lady Tiz Exotics.
Okay.
I know she's just starting out. She's actually got almost 700 subs, but she puts out a lot of really good content, and I really enjoy the stuff she puts out. I really enjoy her lives as well. My next one is going to be Phil himself, Phil Snyder there at Finger Snakes. I think Phil is definitely Phil just needs to get either a channel or make a debut on somebody's channel. He's got some killer projects. Excuse me. The stuff he's working with, his knowledge is out of this world. I mean, the man made a solar run rat shed. I mean, he's super knowledgeable. He's a great dude on top of it. The next 2 people would be Nathan from Infinite Possible Pythons, which was on my live the other week. He's another one of those guys that's really, really quiet. I was getting on him about starting a YouTube channel as well because I think he's got a lot of great stuff he's working with. Very down-to-earth type of guy you could just, go hang out with. And then Matt from the Ball Python Project. He's working with a lot of great stuff too. And I know he used to run a YouTube channel, but I think he kind of got off of that train. But he's a very good guy. I've only got to talk to him, hang out with him 2 different times, but he made a big impression on me. He just down to earth, great dude, working with some really great stuff, very knowledgeable. Those would have to be my picks. I know it's not one, but it's
no.
I mean, it's hard to just pick one of anything. That's like saying you can only pick one gene.
Now there's so many people, so that's part of the hard thing is there's so many people. So if I feel that if I was going off of more than one, I'd be oh, and there's this person and this person and this person. So I'm just going through. I just want to read some of these that are in the chat. So Phil says AVM, Main Squeeze, which I'm not familiar with AVM. So
AVM, they're local to us.
Okay.
They're actually coming to our barbecue, my barbecue. But okay. I didn't even at the breeders' breakfast that Phil organized. they were sitting right beside me, and I never got a chance to even really talk to them because I was too busy talking with Chad and Nathan from Infinite Possible Pythons, and I forget the people. Oh, this is bad. I apologize if you're watching, but the husband and wife that were sitting across from me that I just cannot remember. Phil, maybe you remember who it was. But yeah, I mean, like you just get sucked into I got sucked into conversations, and they were one is a father and son team, which is really cool. But I didn't get to talk to them like I would have liked to. So hopefully this time at the barbecue, I can talk to them and get to know them a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's good. I wasn't sure, so I'll definitely have to look them up. Gershon's awesome. Love Gershon. And then that was from Main Squeeze Reptiles. Main Squeeze is awesome, by the way. And like every single live, it doesn't matter whose live it is, Main's in there. And then Adam says Chip from Regis Saphira Pythons, awesome dude. I really, really like his King of the Hill stuff. I think that it's like a cool way to do like a activity within the ball python community of like a contest. Nixon Reptiles, Brandon from Nixon Reptiles, again, somebody else that Adam from Proper Royal says, amazing dude. I really like him. He has some incredible stuff, like wild stuff too. And then Ken from Primal Scales is also a really good dude. We met him at Kinley.
After that roundtable live, Brandon and Ken and myself, we sat there, I think, that bitch is almost for like an hour after Adam ended the live, like just talking. So yeah, they're really great guys. I agree.
But there's so many people in here. Like you had brought up Low Belly Reptile, Holdback Rack podcasts, their recommendation, and I see Mains also says Boza, which Boza is awesome. I see Straight Blast says Chad Holker from Holker's Herps, which I'm not familiar with them. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I have to go look at that more. And FNA, I know FNA, awesome.
FNA. I was actually surprised I didn't see them in the chat tonight. They've been hopping in here basically kind of religiously the past couple of weeks. So I was kind of surprised to not see them in tonight.
So I'm going to give 3 just because I can think of them like real easy that they haven't been said already. So one of them, 2 of them are local. One of them is not local, but just an awesome dude. So one is the Nake Breeders. It's Will and Jennifer. They are here in Aiken as well. They are some of the nicest people ever. I really, really like them. They don't have a YouTube channel. They do Instagram, but the Nake Breeders are awesome. I really, really like them. Great people. If you guys are interested in anything, if you ever see them, 100% I would vouch. It doesn't even matter what it is. I would vouch for them. Like Nake Breeders are awesome. Second one that I'd say is we talk about them kind of a lot, but Balls and Strikes Pythons. Troy, again, doesn't have a YouTube, but has an Instagram. We're doing a couple different collabs with him. Really, really good dude. I like him a lot. He has some crazy wild stuff too. And then the last one is Blake from BT Exotics, who's up in Richmond. Awesome dude as well. And then there's too many people. There's more people there's more people that I thought of as I was saying them. All of those guys are really good, and I highly recommend if you guys ever are interested in something that they have, they are good people.
Yeah. I like you said, there's so many like Danny from DTMG. I mean, like the list just goes on. I don't know. Like there's just so many great people, and there's a lot of people that I don't know. Like I know some people say that they don't have the time to like do a YouTube thing or do much on Instagram too. But I mean, there's so many people out there that are just like hidden gems in the hobby and community that for us that do like the lives or have the channels, you know, we kind of sometimes have to try to shine a little bit of light on those guys so that, you know, I don't want to put it, just, you know, try to shed some light on them to give them that little bit of exposure that they need.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I do. Tradesman has a question here. Do we plan on branching out to other reptiles? Not
That was
for
on here.
breeding.
That was on this
Oh,
list.
okay, all right.
Good.
Yeah, not for breeding. We do own 2 boas that when we very first got into reptiles, we went like crazy just buying stuff, and we wanted like the coolest, like we just wanted this animal and this animal and this animal, and we bought 2 boas. We bought a male and a female with the idea that we once they are up to size, we can breed boas too. I think that we have gotten away from the idea of trying to work different species, and we pretty much just want to focus on ball pythons.
Okay.
Mainly, we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, where we're trying to like handle a boa market and a ball python market. In fact, like I feel like that we're a little bit too thin on the ball python market. I feel like that we, as we were talking about earlier, based off of space and stuff like that. But we are in too many projects. Like we will probably, as we start getting holdbacks this year, we'll find out what projects do we actually like really, really want to work and have the best opportunity for. So like the example I gave earlier was that we are making, and we're going to have them, like the clutches are all there, like they're either prelay or that they are like well over 30 millimeter follicles. Double het sunset clown, which is in the incubator right now, double het sunset ultramel, which is ovulated but hasn't shed yet, and double het sunset DG, and we are not going to be able to work all 3 of those projects. So we're probably going to pick at most 2, and then we'll actually work those.
Now, how many recessive projects do you think is it wise to start off working with? Because like I based mine, I picked 3 recessives, went with Exantic, Clown, and Desert Ghost, and then I added the Pied here kind of on a whim. But my main thought was start out with 3, build that foundation strong in those 3, and then later on, once I feel like it's a wise time to do it, branch out to another.
I agree with 3. I think that 3, where you are actively making snakes to hold back, and this doesn't mean you only have 3 genes and that's all you do. You're going to have other stuff that you work into it, but like 3, in my opinion, 3 main projects where you are trying to get the holdbacks, the best of the clutches, holding them back, and then working forward from there. I think that you can do about 3 within like any given like home setup, without having to have like a whole huge building to like do it. And yeah, I see Phil says 4 recessive is a lot of work. And this isn't meaning that you can't have 4 different recessive genes where you're making like, I'm going to make a clown clutch. I'm going to make a pied clutch. I'm going to make an Exanthic clutch. I'm going to make a desert ghost clutch. I'm going to make it a sunset clutch. All of those are fine, and you can do it that way. When I'm talking about working a project, what I mean is that I'm starting from a sunset male, and I'm going to pair the sunset male to, and this year 5 different females. From those 5 different females, I'm holding back 2 to 5 animals per clutch, depending on exactly what the pairings are and what I hit. Why I say 5 would be 1.4 if it was like for a double het clutch or double recessive clutch, and I really wanted all of them. So 2 to 5 animals per clutch. So in that situation, that one animal, that one male to those, in this case 5 females, could make I think it's like, if we hit every single odd that we wanted, it's like 20 some different holdbacks from one project in 1 year. That's why I don't think that you can work too many projects. Pretty much an entire 70-30 for that one sunset project.
Yeah. Maine says that they like the, I like the let's build a project starting at $500 to $2,000 budget. It's interesting to see how people make their picks. Very true. Now, I mean, it's hard to stick within that $2,000 limit, though.
I 100% would want to do this, though I'd have to do some research and look at Morph Market to get like, here's what I would pick. But I think that's an awesome idea. And
mine would be based all around Exantic. It's just a matter of
if you ever want to have us on again, maybe we can get us in Maine and we can all do one where we do their idea on a lot.
No, we could do that. Well, you guys are definitely going to come on because I got a lot more topics we didn't even touch yet. So that's not even a question there. So we just have to remember to do that.
Two things that I want to hit on. One, Charlie, I want to talk about his, and then Adam did one because I think it's a really good thing. I do agree with what Adam says down there on his comment. He says, let me play devil's advocate. Instead of holding back 5, why not sell them and buy the one that you're hoping to hit? Completely agree, except that you can't buy a double het Sunset DG right now. They are not available. So when I'm talking about like this type of project, like working the Sunset project, and this also kind of goes when we're building out our pairings, we don't necessarily want to do a pairing if we can go buy it to begin with. If we can buy it to begin with, we want to buy it to begin with, if that's the direction we want to go. So in this situation, like Sunset DG, there's literally never been a Sunset DG for sale on Morph Market, period. Female. I think there's been a male, but there hasn't been a female. So that's why we would want to hold back as many as possible, because we're trying to up our odds. In that case, we'd want to up our odds to hit the double visual down the road.
Yeah.
But
plus, you might be. Let me think this. Like, you might be, if you sell everything that you made to buy that one, you might be losing out in the long run, though, because if you would have kept all of those and played the odds game, you might end up with 3 or 4. The odds gods might shine on you on that one.
Let's say that this was Sun or DG Clown. If I could sell 5 double het DG Clown females, let's say I sell each one for $2,000 and had enough money that I could go out and buy one visual DG Clown male, I'd do that all day long. I would 100% do what Adam suggests. It would help out the project. It would help out the odds in the future. It would let me work new genes into the project way faster in that route, and it would be less snakes that I'd have to care for during the time. I'd 100% do what Adam's saying. I'm just talking about in this situation, these are snakes that don't exist. Like, they're not on the market. Or if you do find them, you might find one. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you found one double het Sunset DG female, like sometime this year, and that snake was $7,500 to $10,000.
Oh,
for female is what I'm saying on this.
Yeah.
I think the male that sold was $3,000. So it also gets cost prohibitive trying to go out and buy it all too. But Charlie earlier had said one, because I also wanted to hit his on it, that he had said, good distinction, advancing or bringing new genes into a recessive is different than making some clutches in that recessive. Not that there's something wrong with that. And I completely agree. And that's what I mean when I say work a project. I don't necessarily mean that is pairing a Sunset to a het Sunset is working the project. It's building out our base in Sunset because we want to hold back visual females from that. But that's actually not the one that I'm most excited about. I'm most excited about the Pastel Inchy Chocolate Pastel Inchy Chocolate Desert Ghost to the Sunset, because we get to work chocolate in to Sunset, which hasn't been done yet, and we get to make a bunch of double het Sunset DGs, which are the Sunset DG hasn't been done yet. Same thing with Red Stripe Yellow Belly. Red Stripe, there's very, very few of them. No, I completely agree with you, Adam. Completely agree. If you can buy it, I would buy it. But yeah, the working genes into a recessive project is just as important as making the visuals.
Yeah,
so
no, I agree with that.
That's part of the things.
And I do. I mean, I do see where you and Adam are coming from too. I mean, if you can buy it, go ahead and buy it. I guess I always look at things like there's DG Exantic stuff out. I mean, there's Exantic clowns out there you can buy. It's just I just can't afford to do it, so I have to play the odds game on it. It sucks to an extent. I really screwed myself on my Xanax clown stuff because I was an idiot and sold 3 of my normal double hats last season, in which I was still getting my feet wet and didn't play the numbers in my head. So I really just should have kept all of those females, but I was an idiot and didn't. But that being said, I think it really depends on do you have the money to drop into it
Mm-hmm.
to justify it. Like me personally, I mean that's where I kind of always look at stuff where I don't have the financial ability to play that game of just go out and buy it if it's able to be bought. So I've got to play the long game and try to hit the odds on it and just pray that I hit.
I get it, and it is. I'm just looking at these. I think that it is. Oh yeah, no, and I 100% agree with what Adam's original point was. I know that you're like trying to like make sure that we are not. I 100% agree with it on the if you can buy it, sell it, buy it, buy what you like. But I also agree on making sure that you aren't. I think that for most people, and by most people, I would say 90% of people in the entire hobby, going into debt to buy a snake is way too risky, and that it can hurt you in the long run. So I think that doing the advice of like make a clutch, sell the babies, use the sales of the babies to buy the thing that you want to invest in, I think is a safer option for most people.
Yes.
The only caveat I have on it, and this is very, very specific, and I think that everybody can decide this for themselves on like when it makes sense, is for like debt when it goes, and it doesn't necessarily have to be for a snake, but it can be for other things. It could be like if you want to build a building so that way you can hold more snakes and increase your stuff. There is the thing that I've heard on this, and I personally agree with it, but it's hard to know when you use it and when you don't use it, is that you can buy in ball pythons. You can get to your goal through either investing time or through investing money.
Yes.
Like that, if you spend more money, you don't have to spend as much time doing it. There are certain things that you cannot do at all, no matter how much time you invest, because by the time that you would end up like have earned enough to get it, that opportunity has passed. So this would be like a situation like I don't even know. Here, I'll go off of this in a second. Pretty much it comes back that you are always going to be able to earn more money. Whether it's from ball pythons or it's from a job, you can always earn more money. You can never earn more time. And if something happens where if there is an opportunity that presents itself that 100% makes sense and it just happens, like, again, everybody can make up like this kind of thing. If somebody came up to you and they're like, hey, I'm getting out of ball pythons and I'm selling my stuff. Here's a visual sunset male. I'll sell it for $1,000 because I really need the money. And you don't have the $1,000, but you could put it on credit and get it. You have a credit card, you could do it. I honestly think that it would be stupid not to take it. You could just sell it immediately. And so again, it's very, very specific on when it makes sense to do like debt for it. Because if you don't take up that opportunity, the time's gone and it's just, you're never going to have that opportunity again.
See, holdback here brings up an interesting point. This is great stuff. I love this. If you sell all the females from a clutch, expecting a high-end female to be on the market, and when you have the money, you might get skunked out of a whole year, which that's true though.
Yep.
No matter what, I think you're gambling. You just have to be wise. You have to go with what works best for you on your gamble. I mean, you can play devil's advocate on either side all night long on that one. I think that's a great topic and great debate. You know what I'm trying to say. It's late. But no, that's just, I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I agree on it. I know that we are just about to hit the midnight, which is a 4-hour show, and
this is the longest live I've ever had. The only live, and this doesn't technically fully count as live, but when I had Gershon on, we ended at like 11 something, and I think him and I sat in the lobby off air talking for probably almost a whole nother hour. And I told him, I was like, dude, you know what? I was like, we just should have stayed on the air because what we talked about outside of the lobby was gold. I mean, and maybe want to do like what you and Adam did with the starting up a business thing and the marketing aspect and all that stuff. It really it made me think if only I could have done that, but I don't have the right tier to do that on StreamYard.
But if anybody has any questions in the chat, 100% throw them in there. Otherwise, I feel like that we want to do a 5-minute call and then we'll close out.
No, that works. Kai, yours was actually a little over 3 hours. I could pull it up here quick. Yeah, Kai, Kai told me I wasn't allowed to let anybody take his throne, and I think 2 lives after Kai's, he was dethroned right away. I'm gonna have Kai come on again too because I had great time talking with Kai. Let's see here. Got to go way back.
When Kai comes back on, he's gonna have to go up to 5 hours now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I take vacation for the next day.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kai's right. He was just under 2 hours, or just under 3 hours. 2 hours and 56 minutes. Yeah.
Blue Ridge.
Right.
Again, I apologize. I know I talk a lot. I'm sorry.
Dude, you do not need to apologize, man. I've had a blast tonight. I mean, our main squeeze says, "How's the baby doing?" Also,
she's
happy
doing
Father's
well. Day. She learned how to roll over within the last week. So,
she learned how to roll over. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, I will hit you up because I didn't realize you could do that on the free level. I thought you had to have the more expensive version.
I know because we got 3 minutes before we close out on here. I see Straight Blast put in a question: G-Stripe, over or underrated? My thoughts is, from what I'm aware of it right now, regular middle rated, adequately rated. I think that there is potential in it, but I haven't necessarily seen any combos that I personally have been wowed with 4G Stripe, but that doesn't mean that there isn't, and that's what the potential is there. And I think that it's a good project to keep working because of that potential. But I also don't feel like that it has a whole bunch of hype behind it right now. I feel like that there are people who work it, but it's not like how DG is viewed, or Clown, or Pied, or...
So, I really know nothing about G-Stripe. I'm not going to lie. That's not something that's really ever caught my attention like some of the other recesses. Blue Amelia says, imagine if we had you and Kai on, we'd be here for 2 days. We could try that, Amelia. We can see how that goes. Let's see. Straight Blast says that's their issue. I'm in it, but not sure how much deeper I want to go with it.
Again, I think that it comes down to, just like how Clown, it took 4 incomplete dominant genes with it before. And I'm not saying that people didn't like Clown before that, but before the Pompeii was discovered.
Yeah.
It took a lot of work just to find that. And that wasn't like, oh, there was a Pompeii, so I just need to put these 4 genes together and I know what I need to do. That was exploring. the same thing can happen with G-Stripe. Same thing can happen for literally any morph.
Yep.
That there is so many different combinations that all it takes is one extra gene in it that makes it wild. And the only way that somebody can actually find that out is if they explore the project. And I think that that is the biggest weakness of working the double and triple and quad recessive projects, is because they take up so much work and so much space that you don't have enough space to explore one gene or two genes.
That's very true. And it's, I mean, let's face it. I mean, like you said, it takes one gene to make something that's been laying dormant for who knows how long to all of a sudden just pop up out of nowhere and become the craze again. And then there, if you stuck with it, working that, and you found that, then you become the go-to person on that.
Yep. But it is a risk. You may put in a bunch of work and never find the thing that makes it wild.
Yep.
So, but that's if it was clear and easy to do, everybody would do it.
That's true. That's true. I mean, for instance, like with Exantic, and I know I'm a broken record on Exantic, but you know, Exantic, to me anyway, has laid dormant for a while. It took Justin making that DG Exantic clown for, it seems like now Exantic has blossomed again just because of that one animal.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that DG Exantic clown really, really did up the value of Exantic as a project.
Yep.
It's not that it wasn't a valuable project before that, but that a lot of people were like, "Oh, I want to work that. I want to make the DG Exantic clown." I do think somebody had said tri-stripe in here.
Yeah, Blue Ridge said tri-stripe.
Yeah, we don't have any tri-stripe. I personally think that tri-stripe has, again, this is just my opinion. If I were comparing tri-stripe to genetic stripe, I feel like tri-stripe has more potential simply because I feel like that there's stronger contrast.
There you go, Alan. That's the answer to your question. She laid on day 42. Sorry, Steven. Didn't mean to interrupt you. That's why I was just doing the picture.
But I know I was just saying that I think that the tri-stripe, I think it has really, really strong contrast, at least from what I've seen. And I feel like that by having that really strong contrast, if you could maintain it, but have some kind of cool pattern disruptor in there, tri-stripe, I think has, I think that G-Stripe has cool combos too, but I personally would be more interested in tri-stripe over G-Stripe if I had to choose between the two right now.
I think Billy's going for tri-stripe. Yeah, I can't even talk. Tri-stripe stuff. I think that was one of his videos a couple videos back. He was going for a tri-stripe and missed on it, sadly. Shio, that's a new face in the chat. Welcome. Steven, I'll let you cover it. I know you covered it earlier, but I'll let you take that one.
Yes, so it hasn't been made yet. There was one live. So the one person had thought they made it. They did a Inchy double het Sunset Clown to a double het Sunset Clown. And they had them hatch out and they thought they had hit it in there, but once they shed out, it was just an Inchy Sunset. But that's the closest I've heard of somebody hitting that. That happened maybe 6 months ago or so. So nobody's hit the DG Sunset yet that I'm aware of.
I'm sure once somebody does, it's going to be all over the place.
So there has been, so this is one thing that I'm wondering, and we'll see what happens with it. The Hypo Sunset has been made. And the Hypo Sunset does look good, but it doesn't look, in my opinion, nearly as good as the Ultramel Sunset does. I think that's
going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, let me see if I have that picture still.
I think that the DG Sunset will probably look similar to the Hypo Sunset, which does look good, and it's 100% a project that I want to work on. But that's the Ultramel Sunset.
This is the Ultramel Sunset.
It's so cool. It's so orange. It looks so good.
That thing's just nuts.
But so I think that the DG Sunset will probably look similar to the Hypo Sunset, but for my opinion, I'm not so much working it because of the DG Sunset itself, but because DG makes snakes look so much better as adults that I hope that it pretty much perfectly captures the sunset colors all the way through adulthood.
I think that's the one thing I've noticed with sunset stuff. I mean, there seems to be a lot of it does brown out. So I think finding that thing that keeps that orange is the key for it. If you can find that, if it's DG, if you need the DG Ultramel to keep that brilliant orange, you got to find a way to keep that orange to keep it everybody's eyes on it. I think.
I do think of all of the combos, the Ultramel Sunset looks the best in my opinion. I think that the Sunset Clown looks really cool. I think that the Sunset Clown has more potential for the project because I feel like the Ultramel. The thing I'm worried about the Ultramel Sunset is that it doesn't. Adding in other genes doesn't change it enough to make it. It's like the Sunset Ultramel looks cool, but if you add in a Sunset Ultramel OD Inchi, does it still just look like a slightly different pattern Sunset Ultramel? That's what I'm worried about on that overall project. But
I think you need to have something that's really going to change the pattern in order to keep the Sunset Ultramel on that high end wish list type of deal. Because like you said, other than that, I mean, if you don't, it's just going to be another Sunset Ultramel. I mean, you got to have something that really changes that pattern up.
Which it looks amazing, and I'd 100% be down to work the project just to hit a Sunset Ultramel because they look so cool.
Oh, yeah.
But that the end of the project is kind of what I'm asking on it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just that's the thing that but it is 12:11. Do we want to go ahead and sign off? Thank you guys so much for enjoying this and just talking to us. You guys are awesome.
Yes, thank you everybody for tuning in tonight. I know it's really, really late. This is by far the longest live we've ever had. It's been great. Take it easy, Adam. Thanks for tuning in tonight. It's great having you in the audience. Everybody that's still here, if you haven't already, subscribe to Stephen and Courtney at Leviathan Snakes. Check out their Instagram, all their social media stuff in the description down below. Definitely, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button for me. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up and leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you guys thought about this live and any for future guests. I know we're going to have Stephen and Courtney back on again. For sure. Maybe because after being on Adam's roundtable thing that he had me on with the other week, I did tell him that it made me want to do something very similar because I really enjoyed that. So maybe I'm toying around some ideas as to when to do it and who to have on. But I may be thinking you, Adam, and Kai, I think would be a really to start off that just to see how it goes. I think that would probably be a really bang out type of deal there because you guys are both very strong in several different aspects. And I think that would just be a great thing to bounce off ideas and get a whole bunch of information out of. So maybe we'll try to do that if you're up for that, Stephen.
That sounds good. Just let me know.
Yeah. And Adam, Kai, I'll definitely hit you guys up there and we'll try to figure that out. That'll be 3 days long. Well, we're just going to have to put some vacation time in, I guess, Kai. But yeah, we're going to wrap it up, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Like I said, it's the longest live we've had consistently between 20. I don't even know what we maxed out at. It was in the 30s, I think. But it's been a great amount of people in the chat and watching, so I greatly appreciate all the support, everybody. This week's video will be out Wednesday as usual. I'm going over Cocoa Blocks and Cocoa to Go, what I like and dislike about either or, so make sure you check that one out. And then we have next week is Baker from Blue Line Morphs on. He'll be on Sunday. Same time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So don't miss that. And after the next video after that will be clutch number 2. If anybody's curious as to how many eggs we got on that video will be coming out in 2 weeks. So definitely check all that stuff out. And again, everybody, thank you so much for all the support. I greatly appreciate it. Steven, just stay on 1 second after we end this, and I'll catch you guys all later. Thanks for tuning in. Later.